Shortly, we request you to take your designated seats. Thank you. India's commitment to achieve net zero by 2070 is poised to lead the nation on a path to clean, green and sustainable economic development. Achieving this clean energy transition requires equal amounts of commitment, awareness and action. It is imperative that each of us comes together and makes sustainability a drawing room conversation. And that is why News18 Network partnered with Tata Power for a nationwide initiative, Sustainable is Attainable, to empower India to make meaningful change for a cleaner, greener and a more sustainable future for all.
Tata Power believes that transition to green energy, e-mobility and energy optimization can trigger a big wave of sustainable growth for the country. For us, this transition to green energy is not an option, but a commitment to support the people of this country.
Through the course of the campaign, Sustainable is Attainable has been committed to inform viewers across the country on how to make sustainable energy solutions more attainable in India and thereby providing a better quality of life without the need to carbonize. The initiative focused on raising awareness on sustainable practices like adopting solar rooftop solutions for individuals and businesses, deploying solar pumps for our fields, to using smart electricity meters for energy savings, and even promoting the switch to electric mobility, amongst a host of other energy efficient solutions that are helping make sustainability achievable by all. The initiative has garnered support from policymakers, corporates and citizens to make this into a mass movement.
Sustainability will be the key of India's growth story.
Due course of time, because of this new vision which is given by the Prime Minister to the country, in due course of time we will on the path. Before 2070, we are trying our level best to achieve that goal.
I want to congratulate News18 and Tata Power for coming out with this solution.
I commit that I will use sustainability in my life, and I'm very confident that it is attainable.
Small changes today can help us build a cleaner, greener and sustainable tomorrow. And today, we welcome you all to join the movement at the SIA FEST Sustainable is Attainable, an initiative by Tata Power and News18 Network. Hey Power Co. Green Signal. Please welcome your host for the evening, SIA Sahukar.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Please cheer a lot, make lots of noise. Please have a lot of fun. Let's try a clap. Wake up. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know, I understand perfectly how afternoons are a very dangerous time. Plus, you all just had lunch. People are slowly zoning in and out. I know some of you may be falling into that wonderful afternoon siesta vibe. We're well aware of it. And then this nice AC set at a good temperature is ready to send you into that quiet, blissful, comfortable zone where you stop moving and you go into this quiet slumber. Which is why we've done something amazing. To help shake off all that, we have decided to now switch off the air conditioning every half an hour. You will feel a slight trickle of sweat on your brow. You can wipe it and it will keep you all awake. In case someone next to you is not moving much and has passed out, please wake them up and wipe that sweat off. I thought it's a great idea. I think we are all in agreement, though some faces are looking a little irritable, but it's going to work, trust me. I was also told that the network wanted an incredibly attractive host for today, but then that would only raise the temperature. And since it's a show about sustainability, we decided to keep it normal. So to cool things down a bit, I'm here with you all this afternoon. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to SIA FEST, the grand finale to the Sustainable is Attainable campaign, an initiative by Tata Power and News18 Network. I'm going to be your host. My name is SIA Sahukar. And for this evening into the night, we will have a wonderful, wonderful series of sessions lined up for each and every one of you. Now, for the last 10 months or so, this initiative has campaigned for a behavioral change to promote green energy and adoption in India and inform our viewers about the importance of making a sustainable lifestyle attainable. Let's take a look at the bigger picture now. India's commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2070 is poised to lead the nation on a path to clean, green, and sustainable economic development. And achieving this clean energy transition requires equal amounts of commitment, awareness, and action, which is why it is imperative that each one of us come together and make sustainability a drawing room conversation. And that is why the News18 network has partnered with Tata Power, India's largest integrated power company, for this wonderful initiative. We want to empower India to make meaningful change for a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable future for each and every one of us. All that I have said for the past few minutes or so must have given you all the deep impression that I have a profound level of knowledge on this subject. I do have some knowledge, I'm not zero, but not as much as some of you here. You see, before I joined this campaign, I truly believed that with great power came even greater electricity bills. But that thinking has completely changed since I traveled across the country and discovered how solar energy is transforming lives across various demographics. So let's take a quick look at my wonderful journey so far. I'm traveling across the country firsthand to understand how Tata Power solar rooftop solutions are enabling businesses and individuals to not only make big savings, but also go green. जब मैंने ये सफर स्टार्ट किया था, I had no idea just how widely solar power is being adopted across the country. Then I met people like Abhinav, Mr. George, and Mr. Khanna with his wonderful family. And they have given me hope. Hope that we can all perhaps work towards reducing our dependency on fossil fuels. And with companies like Tata Power Solar who are already taking giant leaps in that direction, we know that clean energy is not just a pipe dream, and sustainability is attainable. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, and my travels across the country have only led me to now believe how collective action is possibly the only way to build a better tomorrow. And while we're on that subject, I would like to bring to your attention the lovingly handcrafted, vibrant cotton table runners that you all see on your tables over here. They're absolutely stunning, and they're made by the women collectives under Tata Power's Anokha Dhaga Community Development Initiative, which empowers more than 25,000 grassroots community women across 8 states. Take a look at these beautiful runners. They're stunning. Don't take them home. They are all mine. I've got dibs on them. You see, Anokha Dhaga acts as a sacred thread that binds together the sisterhood of women, uplifting livelihoods by building wonderful capacities and confidence while making them financially independent community champions. Please feel absolutely free to scan the QR code on your tent card on your tables to know so much more about Anokha Dhaga and, of course, support this growing movement of change and empowerment. And now it's time to also get down to business. As we welcome you all to join the movement at the Sustainable is Attainable Fest, De Power Ko Green Signal, hold on to your reusable popcorn buckets because now we embark on this journey to a greener future. We have an impressive lineup of experts and voices from across the globe to share their views and experiences on how we can make sustainable truly attainable. So, to get the ball rolling, I would first like to invite on stage CNBC TV 18's Managing Editor, Shireen Bhan, to please deliver the welcome address. Over to you, Shireen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us here for this very special event. Thank you very much to our honorable dignitaries, the ambassadors who are here with us this evening, and a very warm welcome to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I think Cyrus has done a great job of kicking things off, of stirring emotions and getting everybody ready for what promises to be a very, very exciting evening at the Sustainable is Attainable Festival. It is, ladies and gentlemen, as Cyrus was pointing out, the grand finale to a campaign that we started 10 months ago as a platform to foster green leadership and enable green technologies, and to invite every single Indian to participate in this journey towards sustainability. This campaign, of course, could not have been possible without Tata Power's partnership. So thank you very much, Dr. Sinha, for being with us through this journey. We truly appreciate your support, your team's support, and the entire community at Tata Power that has stood with us at Network 18 and News 18 to ensure that we are today talking about sustainable is attainable as a reality. Ladies and gentlemen, today we've gathered here in recognition of the pressing need for an energy transition in our country. This is both an opportunity as well as a challenge. The path towards sustainable future lies in our collective efforts to embrace renewable energy and to adopt responsible practices that will safeguard our environment for our generations to come. We do have a very, very dynamic and inspiring lineup of voices here today, speakers who will talk to you about what they see as the road ahead, the execution roadmap, if you will. We will talk about the energy transition that's taking place, not just here in India, but globally as well, and particularly highlight the role that India is playing in making this energy transition achievable, accessible, and more importantly, affordable. Today, we will also recognize the power of the youth and honor and applaud young Indians who've made significant strides in promoting sustainability and driving positive change. Their stories of innovation, their stories of passion and commitment, ladies and gentlemen, will serve us all as beacons of hope. Moreover, we do have an electrifying music performance as well, because you know, at the end of the day, we do want to ensure that you walk away with memories, you walk away with this being a very, very memorable evening, the time that you spend here with us today, because this is also a celebration. It is a celebration of collective power. It's a celebration of collective gratitude in honoring those who've done their duty and their part for making the sustainable transition possible. I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our partners, once again, Tata Power, for their unwavering support, their dedication and commitment to driving the cause towards renewable energy and making sure that we as a country collectively move the needle on that front. Together, News 18, Network 18 and Tata Power aim to catalyze change and create a future where sustainable energy solutions will thrive. Before I conclude, I do urge each and every one of you to actively engage in the conversation, participate in the discussion, use the hashtag to send us your feedback, your comments, your questions and your suggestions, because that really is the idea of this event, that is the idea of this campaign, is to get conversation started within our homes, within the boardroom, within government, and ensure that all stakeholders come together to make sustainability a reality in this country. We will, of course, be joined shortly by the Power Minister, R.K. Singh. He will join me in a conversation on what the government's roadmap looks like from here on, what they anticipate in terms of power demand, but more importantly, how they ensure moving towards the path of providing renewable energy. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, sustainable is attainable. That is our hashtag as well. Join the conversation. And for now, I hand it back to Cyrus. I will see you again in a short while from now. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all of us here at Network 18, thank you so very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you so much, Reen. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on, it is now time to head into the first conversation on the topic, A Sustainable World, Strategies for Clean Energy Transition. In this truly global session, we have with us ambassadors of 4 different countries who will share insights onto how their respective countries push for renewable resources and transformational policy initiatives that are helping them achieve climate goals. The session will look at aspects such as decarbonizing the global energy sector an aggressive energy-efficient strategy, incentivizing investments in renewables, grid modernization, knowledge sharing, and technology transfer. It's going to be a fascinating, wonderful session. So without further ado, to moderate this session, may I please invite on stage CNN News 18's Managing Editor, Zaka Jacob.
Thank you, Cyrus. As Cyrus mentioned, this is our first session. It's Sustainable World Strategies for a Clean Energy Transition. Clearly, as the Prime Minister outlined, the target, and it's a pretty ambitious one, India's target to get to clean energy by the end of this decade is something like 30 gigawatts. So what do we do to get to that ambitious target? What are the best practices that have been adopted by other countries around the world, whether it's in the United States or in the European continent? What is it that India can learn from some of these best practices and examples from other countries? That's what we'll try and explore a bit in this first session. As Cyrus mentioned, we have ambassadors from 3 countries and a region who will be joining us here on stage in a moment. So it gives me great pleasure to invite the ambassadors on stage. First, may I invite His Excellency Ugo Astuto, the ambassador of the European Union to India and Bhutan. May I call upon His Excellency Freddie Swain, the Ambassador of Denmark to India. Up next, His Excellency Alberto Guani, the Ambassador of Uruguay to India. Finally, His Excellency Naur Gilon, the Ambassador of Israel to India. So let me start from the far end of the room because I like to go in reverse. So His Excellency Ambassador Gilon, you know, Israel and India have a very close partnership when it comes to sustainable development, sustainable energy solutions. You have announced a massive campaign, a massive initiative just recently about storage. It's called the Energy Storage to Support Grid Integration for Renewables. Could you explain to our audience this afternoon what is the way forward for storage? Because that's one of the key challenges when it comes to sustainable energy, the idea of being able to store them in a sustainable fashion.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, CNN News 18 and Tata. It's true what you said, that storage is probably the biggest challenge we have today since, for example, solar has the issue of being relevant only 16 hours a day. And during the evening, if you want to maintain, it's a problem of storage. Israel in general, when we look, we are a very tiny country of 10 million people. We are responsible for less than 0.2 of the CO2 emissions of the world. So we try to behave ourselves and to set challenges also to our own behavior. But more importantly is that we are trying to give technological solutions into clean technology in general. And storage is one of the big issues that is dealt in Israel. Just recently, to mention one, there is an Israeli company named Finergy that has with Indian Oil, a joint venture, on aluminum air batteries. Why is it so significant? Because aluminum is something that India has in abundance. Yeah. And they have also vehicles, but also they're going to give backing to antenna stations, and they have different agreements already and contracts here at this joint venture. So this is one avenue. There are many avenues that we are looking into technologically, but for us, storage undoubtedly is one of the big hurdles in order to make sustainable, more affordable and more constant, and not having to need a backing of fossil fuels to the clean energy.
Ambassador Swain of Denmark, obviously I mentioned this at the top of the show that the ambitious target that India has set for itself, one country that has successfully achieved quite a bit of it up until now is Denmark. I think you've added 7 gigawatts of wind and solar power over the last 40 years or so. Tell us, and you've set yourself another ambitious target towards the end of the decade. So tell us, what are the lessons that you've learned in this journey as you added these 7 gigawatts over the last 20 years or so?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much indeed. It's a very pertinent question. It takes 3 things. Visionary political leadership. It takes a very innovative business community. And it takes a lot of will and risk-taking among bureaucrats. And if you don't combine these 3 things, you will never ever achieve whatever is being set out as objectives. We have a green strategic partnership with India. We are not here to teach and preach you what you should do or not should do. It's up to you, but we're here to inspire you. But I feel sad when I see that good chances are being missed. I'd like to highlight offshore wind. I've been working on that for so long time, yet there's no movement on the Indian government side. That is sad, and because that is a missed opportunity. It will create jobs, it will create new technologies that will come to India and so forth. But it's up to you. I'm not here to teach and preach, but I feel sorry that things are not moving. So that's the biggest obstacle.
What specifically do you mean? Because India's, again, doing very well as per the government statistics on electric passenger vehicles.
Yeah, but you're doing well. But keep in mind how much the demand for electricity is going to triple years ahead of now. And you need a lot. I come from a country where we were forced to do the green transition. Yeah. It was not a political decision. We were forced to it. India has the luxury, and your Honorable Prime Minister took the decision in Glasgow really to set up really big, ambitious targets. So it calls for really action. And summit's fantastic, but it's time for actions. And that's what you should be doing. And you cannot just ignore one source of energy. You can't afford it, should not be allowed to happen, but it's happening, sadly.
So, Ambassador Gwani, do you know, and I'm asking this to the audience here, that Uruguay, a small country, manages about 98% of its energy requirements out of renewable. And that was not the case a couple of decades ago. How have you managed this transition? And obviously, one question that will come from our audience as well is, green energy is not cheap. At least the cost of producing green energy is not cheap. And therefore, in a country like yours, how did you manage to convince large swathes of your population that this was a better, more sustainable way to go forward, despite the cost being higher?
Well, thank you. I think that basically it was a fact of having the conscience of tackling the problem. Uruguay is a country that has imported practically all of its energy from fuel sources. And that was a big problem for the country. We could not face that reality any longer. So in the years 2005, 2006, when the whole conscience came into the country, the fact was to put together the private sector and the public sector. And we had a legislation in order to make that happen. We had the public companies, UTE, that is for the electricity, and ANCAP, that is for the oil, being involved also in the process, and we made them part of that partnership with the private sector. That means with that law that we passed, we have been receiving practically since 2008 until 2022, practically $8 billion of investments. And that was the way to make it possible without having to go into subsidies. We had found the financing, because as you said very well, this is not a very cheap way of introducing energy. It has to do a lot with investment, it has a lot to do with infrastructure, and it has a lot to do with the conditions that the country has. Like, thank God in Uruguay the wind is very strong, and that's why we have practically right now 50 wind parks that are working very well, and the people that have invested in them are very satisfied with the business. So we say it is the ideal situation in which we have achieved all that by empowering those two sectors. And that was the main secret of, let's say, the success of my country into incorporating the renewable energies. And yet, right now, we are starting on the second phase that has to do practically more with a concept where India, I think, is also going to go in a couple of years, that is hydrogen, because once you are already with a surplus of renewable energies and we are achieving that, we can go into the next step, that is all that. And also, that's where the people also start to participate, because the companies and the business also we have to make this business also acceptable, I would say.
Ambassador Stuto, the European Union has just announced a massive European Green Deal, a new European Green Deal, where the European Union intends to be carbon neutral, I think by 2050. You also have specific targets for the turn of the decade. How do you intend to get to that target? And more importantly, there are critics in the developing world who say, why should the European Union have to wait till 2050 to become carbon neutral?
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me at this event. Well, as you say, now the Green Deal is basically the pillar around which basically all policies in the European Union are built. I think the public here is familiar with the IPCC report, which states very clearly that even as things stand today, we risk not achieving the 1.5 degrees target set in Paris. Even if all the commitments taken were actually implemented, we would be just there. And we are not sure that all the commitments will actually be translated into action. And as at the present phase, where we have a 1.2 increase in temperature due to global emissions, we already see extreme weather events around the world, everywhere. No continent is spared, be it Asia or Europe. So starting from this proposition, we have made in the European Union the reduction of emissions a must. Through the Green Deal, we have set the target of becoming carbon neutral by 2050, as you said, and we have enshrined this in law. That's very important, because it's not just a vague aspiration. It's now a legal commitment. And very importantly also, we have set a clear roadmap on how to get there. A roadmap which is becoming more stringent as we speak. We had originally foreseen to reduce by 40% our emissions by 2030. Now we have decided to reduce emission by 55% in what we call our vision Fit for 55. How can we achieve that? Well, it requires a multifaceted effort. We need to be energy efficient.
Yeah.
That's obviously a basic rule which is valid all over the world. We need to switch to a greener energy mix, and that's why we are accelerating on our transition towards renewable, be it solar or offshore wind. Besides the existential challenge of climate, we now also have a very clear strategic issue we have to face. After the unprovoked and unjustified Russian aggression against Ukraine, we have seen in place an endeavor from the Kremlin to try to use energy to blackmail Europe to change its political stand. But this is not working. We have actually accelerated our transition towards renewables, and I think it's also put under the spotlight the need about secure supply chains. So another effort we are putting into place is to diversify the sources of our suppliers. LNG from the Gulf, from the States, from a number of partners. So to make a long story short, the Green Deal is basically today the red thread which goes across all policies being implemented by the European Union. It's about legislation. It's about incentives. It's about fostering research and innovation.
Okay.
And creating conditions in order to make the transition to renewables fast and affordable.
Ambassador Guillaume, one of the critical areas, other than storage, of course, is climate financing, particularly for poorer countries, countries which have to divert their resources to other more pressing basic humanitarian concerns. And one of the things that the developing world asks is, how are you going to find innovative ways for climate financing? And I believe Israel recently has sort of experimented with market structures and other financial instruments to try and, come up with innovative ways for climate financing. Are there lessons that a country like India can draw from your experience?
Yeah, I would go back again to more the question of finances is investing first of all in R&D, because if you do the R&D right, first of all you can save a lot of energy, you can do grid optimization, you can do many things that will require you to use less energy. By the way, Israel from the 1950s, if you know the skyline of Tel Aviv, for example, you would see that from the middle of the 50s, we have on every rooftop solar heating facility for hot water. And this is, by the way, this very crude technology that was, the technology was there but developed in Israel then, saves us about 8% of our fuel consumption. I'm not sure that Israel will be the country to finance for the world. What we do is that we finance the R&D. We are investing almost 6% of our GDP into R&D in general. And now, as you said, storage and clean energy, things that we are putting a lot of effort into. We have out of 7,000 startups in Israel, about 1,000 that are dealing with this field. So it's quite a main field. And this is where we are. So we are trying, I think, bigger organs, bigger users will be the ones to give incentives. But we can make it affordable. If you find the right technology for the right country, I believe that it will be affordable. I think already in India, I've been to some companies here. I understand that the clean energy, the solar and wind, is already cheaper to manufacture than the fossil fuel. So I think the cost is not going to be the main obstacle. Once the state of mind is there, we will be able, I think, to go forward in that and optimize this. By the way, there are many elements that we do that are around. We have to think also on the future and the problems. For example, cyber. We are becoming very, very technological in our energy and controlled by computers, meaning that we are all vulnerable. This is another element that we deal with quite a lot, how to protect infrastructure that is so modernized and computerized and vulnerable.
Ambassador Swain, Ambassador Guillaume talked about R&D, and I believe the Danish government has a tie-up with the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, IIT Madras, where they will be conducting research projects on next-generation fuels as well as energy systems. It's called this is part of the Indo-Danish Green Strategic Partnership. How important is R&D? Because again, it's an expensive proposition, and it's not an area where countries who are hard-pressed for resources want to invest money in, because, like I said, there are other more pressing concerns. So how do you, what is this about, this technology partnership that you have with IIT Madras?
It's simply about utilizing the resources that you have here in India and the skills that we have in Denmark. We have two sectors that are so important for the green transition, namely shipping and logistics at large, and farmers, I have to say. But in order really to develop this green transition, we need green fuel, we need green methanol for the shipping industry. And look into how much of the things that we are utilizing in our daily life are being transported by ships. Of course, you will understand we need to develop new technologies. India is a lab at large, and whatever you are good at here, take, for instance, the solar power. It was very, very expensive to start with. Now it's so low, and I'm sure that whatever we put into India would develop cheaper, affordable, technologies. So we have to invest in it, but we can't do it without the private sector. You can ask your government, I can ask my government, I can ask Ugo and the Commission to do whatever they should do for us, but it boils down to the private sector to deliver. And on top of that, your Prime Minister launched a Life for Mission. Yeah. We all have to take individual responsibility. We can't just park all the issues, challenges with the governments. We have to take actions, all of us. You, me, and all of you sitting down there.
All right. Ambassador Kwani, there was this initiative that was taken by multiple governments, Panama, Uruguay, and Norway. It's called the Clean Energy Marine Hubs Initiative. It's a worldwide cross-sector initiative aimed at catalyzing the supply of green fuels. Could you tell us a little bit more about this multilateral arrangement that you have with these countries? And again, what may a country like India learn from your experience?
Well, this is a process that started in the conference in Egypt, where all these countries and these governments put themselves together. And they established a goal that is going to be, in a certain way, formalized right now in India in July of this year, when the Clean Energy Ministerial takes place. And the purpose is basically to adjust the mind of all the governments in order to establish, as the ambassador said, maritime transportation is something that is very important. We are also seeing how our harbor, or Montevideo, is very well important and connected also for the future, for what we think is going to be the time for green hydrogen, where you need to have harbors also be established and prepared for that. And it's something that we need to alert, and at the same time give a voice of possibility of working together in that sense. So we think that it's a very interesting and important initiative that needs to be well established, and at the same time, as I was telling you, it is information, but we think it is something that is going to really have a good way of reaction from the rest of the other countries that want to join us in this matter.
Ambassador Stuto, you did mention about the 2050 and the 2030 goals. How much can EU-India cooperation, particularly in renewable energies, help you get to those goals faster? What is it as a proportion of the cooperation that you have with other big blocs, whether it is China or the United States or other big trading blocs, particularly on the renewable energy segment?
Thank you. Both India and the European Union are making massive investment in the transition towards greener energy, a greener energy mix. Actually, the pledge made by Prime Minister Modi at COP26 about a net zero target for India by 2070 and a non-fossil energy capacity target of 500 gigawatt. I think that pledge, in a way, saves the day. In order to be able for the international community to be able to achieve the target set in Paris. But no matter how much India and the European Union do, we need the international community collectively to focus its effort and reduce emissions. But this said, India and the European Union together can help shape the global agenda and work together for the global common good when it comes to reducing emissions and working for adaptation. So that's why it's today, the fight against climate change, I think, is an important component of our strategic partnership. It has been so now for a while. We have a climate and energy transition partnership, which is about exchanging views, exchanging best practices, looking together at the best solution we have in place. In India, you also have the experience in terms of scale, which clearly is going to be instrumental also for solutions to be adopted globally. And the importance of this dialogue has been proved by the recently established Trade and Technology Council. You may have read about it. The first edition has just taken place in Brussels. So with three ministers from India and vice presidents of the European Commission. So it's about it's about working together to find solutions which will be appropriate, not just for India and the European Union, but at a global scale.
For the rest of the world. I'll get closing comments from each of you, ambassadors, a minute to each of you. The operational expenditure report from the Energy Industries Council, which had recently come out, said that the overall renewable energy output around the world was 66 gigawatts. What do countries like India, Israel, Uruguay need to do to make that, scale that up to 100 gigawatts plus, particularly in this coming decade? This coming decade is going to be crucial for not just India, but countries that are on this dais. So I'll start with Ambassador Guillaume first.
Yeah, I think that, again, India is on the right track, because at the end of the day, you have to define the target. If you don't define that's where you want to go, you will not get there. And I think the definition and the targets and the challenges that India took upon itself, and again, India is a huge country. To invest these investments in this magnitude takes time. We are working together, by the way. We have I4F, for example, a joint industrial research program that also deals with sustainability, and we are doing quite a lot together. Under the encouragement of India, we also joined the International Solar Alliance in order to bring more awareness and more networking of the world toward that direction. And I think that both, for Israel it's very simple. We are small, easy to do. We can afford it. For India, it's good that this is the direction, because the footprint of India in our world is very, very big, and the transformation of India will have significant influence on transformation of the world and reaching its target.
All right. Ambassador Swain, I believe your energy minister had recently said that India has done a tremendous job in reducing costs of green energy, particularly in solar. How do you see this play itself out as this becomes the buzzword in Latin America, in Africa, and in much more poorer parts of the world where they are hard-pressed for resources?
I think that India has already proven its capabilities and capacities. You are the lab, as I said before. You are capable of bringing costs down to affordable levels. You are extremely tech-savvy here, so you can take Western technologies and make it more resilient. So I think there's no way around India in this context. We need to work with India, whether we are from Israel, Uruguay, or the European Union, or Denmark. We have the Green Strategic Partnership. It is based on 5 S's: scale of India, skills of Denmark. You also have a lot of skills here. Scope, because it cannot just be Denmark, India doing things. Speed, because we have to deliver on the sustainable development goals. We have the climate changes, and then not to forget sustainability. And I think there's only one way forward: go to green and believe and achieve. That's the way forward for India. And if India is not delivering, which I think and I hope they will, if not, then the world would not be able to survive. We will see a total collapse. But luckily, you are having such a lovely young population here, and they will make the changes. They will be the game changers. So go to green, believe and achieve.
Right, believe and achieve. Ambassador Guani, I believe Uruguay has recently again revealed targets to the tune of like 10 gigawatts in electrolyzers. There's a big plan to export green hydrogen. Can you sort of touch upon that, please?
Sure. Uruguay has established its roadmap in what has to do with hydrogen. And we have put in a scheme and a sort of organization. Like this week, there was the first trial of calling on companies to interested in the project. And the government has assigned practically $10 million in order to do this study. And a company has presented itself in order to give the government the opinion on how to go along. So we have established a roadmap that practically takes us to 2030, where we should be already a country exporting around $2 billion in green hydrogen. You have to understand that there is a difference in hydrogen. There is the blue hydrogen, the green hydrogen,
Sure.
and the gray hydrogen. And I would say the green hydrogen is the most expensive.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one that takes from the residual parts of the renewable energies, and that makes it also more safe to use. So that is, the planning is also to have its derivatives and what is going to be in the air industry and what is going to be in the maritime industry and everything. In all the transportation that the country also needs to do affirmative actions in order to incorporate itself
Sure.
to this new system. We are already thinking that the city of Montevideo, our capital city, is going to double its taxes that are work in electricity. There we're going to double the buses, and we are going to have a consistent and sustainable transportation system.
Sure.
That is the key of everything. And that what we're saying, the result is that we need to apply policies that have to do with sustainability in everything. And that's what the government of Uruguay is doing. And we think it's part of the good way things are coming out.
Ambassador Stuto, I'll give you the final word. You alluded to this in your first answer about how recent geopolitical events have put the impetus on countries to broaden their energy basket. The impetus now is to go for green energy, clean and more renewable energy. Could you just elaborate on that briefly, please?
Yes, well, I think it's clear to us all that we need to reduce emissions drastically or face the consequences. Some of the consequences of climate change are with us to stay. That's why adaptation is also so important. And that's why the European Union and India have pushed and promoted the creation of a loss and damage fund. But we need to reduce emissions. In order to do that, there is not a silver bullet. It's about taking a holistic view, and a number of measures are necessary. We need to be more efficient in the use of energy, so we need to be energy efficient. We need to switch to greener sources of energy. We need a greener energy mix. So the switch to renewables is absolutely indispensable. And for renewables, we need to look at the full spectrum. We need to look at solar, we need to look at offshore wind.
Sure.
And I think India and the European Union together can give a particularly positive contribution to this shift. Because let me mention here, as we transition towards a greener energy mix, we also need to make sure that we diversify our global supply chains. And that's part of the one of the needs for success.
All right. Thank you very much, Ambassador Stuto, Ambassador Swain, Ambassador Guani, and Ambassador Gillon. Can we have a round of applause for the ambassadors who've given us their experiences in their respective countries as to how sustainable is indeed attainable?
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that enlightening discussion. And now I would like to take this opportunity to also discuss with you visa interviews of mine that got rejected, gentlemen. We'll talk about it later. Never? Never. All right. Okay. With that, we move on, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming session now intends to deliberate on India's 2030 energy security goals. Now, in the last climate summit in Glasgow, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced enhanced climate targets for India, including increasing its non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatts and meeting 50% of its energy requirements through renewable energy by 2030. The 2030 goals that may seem very daunting and difficult are achievable with the support and the commitment from all stakeholders. And we promise to cover all the relevant points with these stakeholders in our upcoming session titled Target 2030, the Big Renewable Energy Challenge. It's going to be a fascinating chat. So without further ado, to moderate this session, may I please invite on stage CNBC TV 18's Delhi Bureau Chief, Parikshit Luthra. Over to you, Parikshit. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me call on stage Ashish Khanna, CEO of Tata Power Renewable Energy, Arunabha Ghosh, climate expert and CEO of CEW, Rini Van Berkel, United Nations Industrial Development Organization representative to India, Anurag Jain, Secretary, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here. Renewable energy and India's energy transition is a major priority for the government. Every day, there are meetings on how to make sure there is a whole-of-government approach when it comes to energy transition. And when it comes to renewable energy, we're working on multiple fuels, multiple technologies. Electric vehicles is one part of it. There's a green hydrogen plan in place. We're also looking at flex fuel vehicles, wind, solar. There are PLI schemes to make sure that our renewable energy targets are on track as well. Daily discussions with the industry are taking place. Where really are we at this juncture? How much more needs to be done? Because climate financing this energy transition will also cost a huge amount of money. So how will we work this out with the industry and the government? So let's kick this off. Mr. Jain, if I can begin with you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Anurag Jain, the Secretary of Road Transport and Highways, was earlier heading the DPIIT, spearheading programs like the Gati Shakti, also the National Logistics Policy as well. Mr. Jain, let me ask you, the Prime Minister has always asked different government departments to have a whole-of-government approach, asking different departments not to work in silos. When it comes to renewable energy and India's energy transition, how are we making sure that all government departments work together?
Actually, the government becomes much more effective when you do as a whole-of-government approach. And as you refer to PM Gati Shakti, National Master Plan is what people normally understand. But PM Gati Shakti as a concept is breaking the silos of departmentalization. So working as a team. That's the basic philosophy which the government has been successful in instilling in the minds of the functionaries. Say, for example, you are talking about the renewable energy goals 2030. So all ministries are actually working towards it. MNRE has got a very major role, you know, that they have got this out of this Panchamrit thing, that 50% energy needs coming from that MNRE. Then the Power Ministry, so these are working, obviously the main ones. But if you look at it, CEO, Niti Aayog is basically coming out with policy papers which cuts across everything. Railways has come out with a target of net zero by 2030, which is really very, very aggressive. DPIIT, my earlier ministry, they were working with the decarbonization of cement. Steel Ministry is working with decarbonization of steel or the scrap policy. But the most important one, like right now I'm in MORTH. So the vehicles, it's again a whole of government approach. We come out with the regulatory frameworks, we come out with the enabling frameworks. The Department of Heavy Industries, they come out with schemes like FAME and PLI for the auto components. Then the Department of MNRE, it comes out with PLI for batteries, advanced cell batteries. So this is basically the whole of government approach which is reflected. So what has happened, India has mainstreamed the renewable or sustainability criteria as part of its development agenda. And that's the reason why the results are coming much better than what they used to be earlier.
Right. Mr. Khanna, if I can get your view in this industry perspective, this is a major focus of India's G20 presidency, energy transition, climate financing for developing countries, and how to make sure that developed nations really play their part when it comes to climate financing. Now, when it comes to our energy transition goals, where are we currently, and what are some of the roadblocks that you see in energy transition?
I think the good part here is that where are we currently? If we go back and where were we, some even 5 to 7 years back, there is a big jump. We have actually transitioned from a very small base of renewable energy to a very substantial base now. So when the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister has declared 500 gigawatt, everyone is trying to make sure that it happens. It's a need of the hour, but also been announced very aptly out there. There has been various challenges which a country like India will always face, especially when you consider energy as an infrastructure segment of renewable per se, and our small base with which we started with. I think there are challenges with respect to the financing part, but then there are also advantages with respect to the technology part. As the technology has been improving, more and more financing is possible to do the larger work than the smaller work which was happening earlier. If you also look at it, the innovation part of it, today we are virtually the lowest cost of solar energy in the world, which we are doing and committing for next 25 years. If I also look at it from a standpoint that while the financing in this, I think, sector is not that difficult as it is doing, I think the challenge is we all need to act very maturely on it. We should not have certain windows of not so great examples, which actually can vitiate the whole environment, which is now very positive. Everyone is looking towards it. I think it is very paramount for the industry to take that ownership of behaving very maturely, looking at it as a long-term perspective, looking at it as that it is very much attainable and sustainable for an industry, and then the funding will also start coming. I think that's the only roadblock, and there's not much of a roadblock, but I will say the only roadblock is that the maturity which is required for this industry to show that it is a sustainable base of getting the predictable returns. Once that is into place, I don't foresee a great amount of impediments which will come on the funding part of it. The good part, which I will also add across, is that the resources India is blessed with. We are talking about a potential of more than 1,000 gigawatt of resources of only solar and wind in this country, which is phenomenal. So I don't see that there would be major challenges if we all act towards a cohesion and a collaborative manner. The industry by showing what they can do, financing by getting what is their returns which they are expecting, government by helping in drafting the right policy, we are on the right direction.
All right, so working in a collaborative manner, but Arunabha Ghosh, if I can come with you, you're someone who's been working on several policies with regard to renewable energy, but is it necessary to have more mandates in place when it comes to the goals that the Prime Minister set out in Glasgow for 2070, for 2030? Do we need to have stronger mandates for the industry to ensure that transition takes place? Or is it first more important to make sure that we have a reliable, consistent supply of renewable energy?
What came first, the chicken or the egg? You know, so in a way, your question, Parikshit, is at the heart of where we are in terms of the level of the maturity of the sector, where we are right now. In 2010, when the National Solar Mission began, the supply side push was necessary. And when you're making markets where they don't exist, you need to set out those clear policy directions and then ratchet them up over time, you know, as the market matures, because that direction of travel is what industry, innovators, investors all look at, right? If you only did an assessment of how many people want solar in 2010, we wouldn't have got a solar industry. If you did an assessment of how many people want vaccines in 2020, you wouldn't have got a vaccine within 12 months. So to create a market where none exists, you need a supply side push. However, going from less than 20 megawatts of solar in 2010 to now, well over 60,000 megawatts of solar, nearly 170,000 megawatts of non-fossil electricity capacity, means that the market has matured to an extent where the additional push on the supply side will also require the pull on the demand side. And that pull on the demand side is not only going to come from utilities. And that is actually a unique opportunity for us, that while we are saddled to an extent by the legacy issues in our power sector, the state of finances of the utilities, etc., the clean energy transition, as Mr. Jain was also saying, is actually now an economic development story. It's an economic transformation story, which means if you think about the future, it's going to be increasingly decentralized. There's going to be supply chains that are going to spread out rather than more concentrated. It's increasingly going to be digitalized, means you will be able to create new markets, new power markets, new ways of trading the electrons, new ways of trading the services that come from those cleaner electrons. And of course, it also will be decarbonized. So what we now need to do then is look at, are there elements of or segments of this clean energy mix that are still quite premature, which will need that supply side targeted push, and which elements are mature enough which require that complementary demand side mandate and demand side pull. That's what we will see, say, with green hydrogen. If you look at the cabinet's approval of the $2.4 billion that has been allocated for the green hydrogen mission, a substantial sum is actually allocated towards creating that demand pull. Right? Now, that's just one example I'm giving. So we've got to now break down this whole market and see what's mature and what's premature, and design policies in a bespoke manner accordingly.
Right. Dr. Reni, if I can come to you, looking at global examples and your own studies and analysis about India, what are some of the early deliverables or low-hanging fruit when it comes to creating demand in industrial sectors and also boosting our renewable energy capacity?
Thank you very much. And I think coming from the industrial development perspective, we see that there is still quite a lot of untapped opportunity first for energy efficiency. And I cannot emphasize that enough, though it doesn't make sense to generate renewable energy and then use it wastefully in that sense. And for many enterprises, this is still the starting point for the energy transition. And then the renewables can come in as a filling in tandem with that. I think that some of the low-hanging fruits, of course, we have seen the PV, the rooftop PV, we have seen windmills, we have seen those transitions which we just drive around, we see them in the country happening. I think that more can still be done on maybe looking at the opportunities for green hydrogen, but that is, of course, more linked to the large-scale, the hard-to-abate sectors, and there we are talking about what Anuba was also referring to, where really a supply push is still needed, where major transformations are needed. I believe that we can still do a lot in the energy efficiency and renewable space by just bringing this, and let's put that also on the table. It's not just large firms, it's also the MSME sector, which is to catch up on the clean energy and the sustainable energy transition.
Right. Yes, MSMEs are a big part of the value chain, and of course we've been talking about how to make sure they're able to reduce their carbon footprint, because looking at what's happening in Europe from October onwards, the border adjustment mechanism, many of the exports from India will be subjected to higher taxes there in Europe. But Mr. Jain, coming back to you, when it comes to mobility, over the last 10 years, many steps have been taken towards electric mobility. Now, the government is pushing flex fuel vehicles as well. A policy has come in to that effect. The FAME scheme, the fast adoption of manufacturing of electric vehicles scheme, is coming to an end in March 2024. There are discussions on extending it. But considering what the Road Transport Ministry does with the Motor Vehicles Act, when it comes to non-fiscal regulations to boost a particular sector, what kind of roadmap do you really envisage for the mobility sector and the kind of fuel mix we're going to work with for the future?
If you look at it, there's a clear mandate that we need to move towards the sustainability aspect of it. So for electric mobility, there's a clear push, where in my previous answer also I had mentioned that it's not only the MORTH, it is all the departments working together, like PLI, FAME. These are the things which are going to drive down the cost of vehicles. But still, if you look at it, communication can also be an important part. The total cost of ownership over the life cycle is still maybe cheaper in many cases. But for a normal person, he looks only at the initial investment. So it's the communication is also important. But what is most important is we have to come out with the frameworks. So on our part, in the electric mobility side, we have come out with our regulatory framework for type testing, type approvals and the testing for batteries, for electric vehicles, for retrofitted vehicles, for hybrid electric vehicles. So those things are in place. Our safety and emission norms, etc., are at par with the global standards. Then we have issued notifications for vehicles without a battery. that can be registered. So that means that the battery, it will enable the battery swapping policies. Then we have given incentives like the fee exemption for the registration, and you don't need a permit if you have electrical vehicle. So these are the kind of policy push which are coming in. We are also looking at various other fuels like it was mentioned about the hydrogen. So hydrogen is going to be an important thing forward. Ethanol blending is very important. The bio CNG, the bio LNG, they are all methanol. They're all being examined, and I'm very happy that the industry is doing a lot of experimentation. So nothing is thrown out of the window. Finally, what will come in is what is more sustainable, what is more cost benefit, from the point of cost benefit, more beneficial to the whole economy, that will come in. But clearly at this point of time, we can see ethanol being pushed, electric vehicle can be pushed, hydrogen being pushed.
Right. So that is the policy and fuel mix that the government is currently working with. And of course, there are a number of technologies which the industry is doing R&D on. But Mr. Khanna, coming to you, when it comes to the example of states, give us a sense of the states which are leading the energy transition, which are setting an example.
I think a lot depends on where are the resources and what the states are doing. It's a concurrent subject. So I would say predominantly center is playing a very important role today on the policy formation, driving this whole thing forward. The states are also doing their own part. I think the best thing which the states can do and are also doing with respect to the distribution companies paying on time. It's very important for the investor to get the predictable returns. Considering that many distribution companies, state-owned distribution companies were not in the best of health, still their payments and commitment towards this cause is helping us. I think there are many states which are also encouraging this B2B market, taking away the distribution companies out. Now, that's a very important step from a state standpoint, because you can have a contra view where you can say that you are taking away my best of the clients. Compared to that, you are incentivizing your clients to go green and have an opportunity to have the best of the power available to them. There are great states which many of the states have incentivized the industries on that matter. Some states have still not done it. But I think that's a big step. So comes the point of the rooftops, as we call it. You see, we also have to take into consideration that what is the best for the country should be used for this country. Today, India, when you compare with Europe, has a very different way and the requirements of energy. Our energy requirements are increasing, but so is the type of energy which I need, where I need, and the infrastructure which is required to be in place. I think microgrids, rooftops, pumps, solarized pumps, are many of those initiatives which the states are taking, which is helping the states as well as the common man to raise their level of income and take the energy which is also green in that sense. So I think there are various initiatives by various states which they are which is helping across, driven by the policy initiatives by the center, which is acting well. But I would also say that there are many states which are lagging behind on this for some reasons.
Right, and of course, taking all the states together, making sure there is awareness all across about what the center is trying to do about the global challenges, global taxation structure around climate norms is very, very important. Arunabha, coming to you, when it comes to green hydrogen, very recently the government rolled out a green hydrogen mission for electrolyzers and also incentivizing manufacturing of green hydrogen in the country. The policy contours are yet to be clear. They will be announced in the months to come. Bidding will begin. Give us a sense of how we should approach this sector in order to keep the costs low, in order to make sure that we fully utilize the potential of the sector.
So first, let's understand why green hydrogen is important, right? When we look at our modeling for net zero, the electrification share of industrial energy has to go up from less than 20% today to over 80%, right? So the bulk of industrial energy will be electricity, and it has to be clean electricity. But then you have these heavy industries, steel, cement, fertilizer, petrochemicals, that account for 3/4 of our industrial emissions. So you can't make steel using, an electron. What you can do is you can use the clean electron to split the water and then use that hydrogen as the alternative fuel. Right? Now this is why, so green hydrogen is not the panacea. But in that 80-20 world, it is that 20, which is very hard to do with any other way. Now this is why the bet that India is taking on green hydrogen, and many other countries across the world are also doing the same, is critical. But why India's bet is even more critical is because it is the single largest green hydrogen mission in the world of any single economy. So our domestic production targets of 5 million tons per annum by 2030 is half of the EU's entire domestic production target, although the EU will also import, so they will produce 10 million tons and import 10 million tons. So for an individual economy to manufacture so much green hydrogen, we've got to make sure that we have that clear target placed, we have the government financial support, but we've got to get projects on the ground. Now, this is where, again, your question to Ashish about the states also comes in. Because one of the things we already have in the policy is that you're allowing for renewables to be generated where it's most optimal to generate the renewables, and green hydrogen to be manufactured where it's most optimal to manufacture the green hydrogen. So you can, and the interstate transmission charge is then waived off. We're also allowing for banking of the renewable energy generated so that you can optimize on the electricity that is used for this. Nevertheless, it is a huge investment, right? Our estimation at CW is that it is going to be anywhere between $100 to $140 billion of investment just in green hydrogen in this decade. Now, this money is not going to flow automatically. In order for that to happen, again, your original question that demand and supply side have to play together. So if you take the steel industry, for instance, right? The steel industry, the steel ministry has just set up 13 different task forces on green steel last month. So once we start taking a major sector like that and saying, how are you going to decarbonize? And then you generate that demand pull for this critical alternative fuel, then the investors in the green hydrogen side will also come in. One last point, however, is that my biggest fear about green hydrogen, though, is not policy or lack thereof in India. I think we are being aggressive here. My biggest fear is we are going to get islands of regulation across the world. And we don't have a coherent structure of rules that ensures that India, EU, US, Australia, Japan, other major economies are adhering to the same set of rules. Otherwise, we'll end up with sort of, self-imposed protectionist barriers across the world, which will not allow for the green hydrogen economy to develop globally. And this is of strategic interest to India to avoid an energy crisis in future.
Right. A very important point there, and Dr. Rini, to get you in on this, when we speak about the energy crisis, when we speak about energy transition, it's no longer a choice. The Ukraine war, disruptions related to COVID, all of that have shown that the energy crisis is very, very real, and renewable energy has to be a big focus. But how do we make sure there is coherence in what different countries are doing? Can we have global regulations around green hydrogen, around renewable energy, or can it be only done through FTAs?
Yes, of course, it's very important that, what Anuma was also saying, that we get some rule book established for what is green hydrogen, how do we deal with that. That's also what UNIDO is trying to spearhead, industrial green hydrogen program to look at standards. Well, how can this be standardized so that we can agree that green hydrogen is truly green, zero carbon hydrogen if it crosses a border or if it's being utilized. I believe that in addition to creating the supply and the manufacturing technologies for green steel, green cement. We need to also look a little bit more at what is the demand for these commodities which will come out. And there, I believe there is a big opportunity also for green public procurement. Because after all, I think if I'm correct, 25% of steel globally roughly is used by in public works, and up to, I think, close to 40% of cement and concrete is used by bridges, roads, metro stations, and the like. So if we could mobilize the purchasing power of governments to say that, well, from 2030 onwards, we will only use green steel, this will create such an opportunity for steel manufacturers, cement manufacturers, to actually get their projects, which we're talking about billion-dollar investments, to transform some of the industries, to make that viable. So we need to think more in terms of market transformations for these new technologies to unlock the investments which can come in, and where then the private sector can come in. So we need to think a little bit through this systematically, and as government is there, government to walk the talk, we can set standards and say by this time frame we will need green cement, green concrete for our works.
Right. Mr. Jain, coming back to what all our panelists are saying, and the example of states also that Mr. Khanna was giving, how difficult or how challenging is it to take states along in the energy transition roadmap to make sure that we're all on the same page? What more can be done to make sure there is awareness and every government, every official in different state governments is on the same page?
Collaboration within the government itself is difficult. Collaboration across the government is even more difficult. But we are a country which follows the model of cooperative federalism. We are a structure. There are issues which are there. So following those structures, we can actually get across. Like one of the most important things is NDC, where all chief ministers and the prime minister and the concerned ministries sit together and decide on the development agenda of the country. And there all these things have started figuring very prominently. So that is the first driving force, that all the states have come together. Another very important thing which I personally feel is I have huge belief in the young generation of the country. Our startup ecosystem, they are doing wonders. So for example, when Anurag talked about 2010, I very distinctly remember at that point of time, the cost of solar power used to be between 13 to 16 rupees in various states. At that point of time, when we were discussing, I used to be secretary to the chief minister of my state at that point of time. There was a compulsion of 2% renewable obligation. So we used to purchase 2%. So at that point of time, we were looking at it. I said that wait for 7 years. Within 7 years, the renewable power will become cheaper than the conventional power. And actually, it happened much earlier. It happened in 5 years instead of 7 years. So that is the power of innovation. That is the power of aggregation of demand. Like if 2014, if you recall, the LED experiment. The cost of an LED used to be limited. It used to be 400 rupees per piece. When it was aggregated as a country, it came down to 40 rupees. So it became affordable for everybody. So aggregation of demand is another strategy. Coming out with central policies does nudge the states into that direction. But when you look at these comprehensive solutions, things will start falling into place. So I'm absolutely clear, like even the cost of power, I mean, it's not proper to take somebody's name, but a particular company, a young startup in India, they are very much into the renewable power, the pump storages, and the cost of, finished cost of power is 4 rupees 80 paisa, which they are using for generating green hydrogen. So this is going to be the story of India. Next 25 years, that's what we say, are going to be the story of India. India did achieve that 2030 NDC, what India had committed. India achieved 9 years ahead of its schedule in 2022. And thereafter, we went up for a very aggressive target of 500 gigawatt and 50% of energy mix, etc. Similarly, there is a global climate change performance index. India is in the top 5 countries. the only G20 country which is in the top 10, the largest, only large economy in the top 10. So that speaks volume of where India is going. So basically it is a combination of policies, nudging, collaborative meetings, which really drive the whole country. But one thing is for sure, that right now, there's a certain energy in the whole of the country. And that is what is driving the country.
Those are very important points, and a round of applause for all our panelists here. Before we move ahead, Mr. Jain, one more question. When it comes to decarbonizing the energy grid, one point that we often hear about electric vehicles, everyone is convinced that electric vehicles turn out to be cheaper when it comes to monthly usage compared to ICE vehicles. But it's often said that they are being fueled by coal power plants. So what has been your conversation with power suppliers, energy suppliers like Tata Power? What is your view in that regard and the government's roadmap?
This is absolutely clear. Finally, when you want to measure the carbonization, it is right from the well to wheel. Finally, it is the energy conversion. So effectively, if I am producing certain energy, I take coal, convert it to steam, convert it through a generator to electric power. And on the vehicle side, I don't use any carbon. I say it's electric energy. No. Overall footprint, the carbon footprint of that will be almost as high as IC engine. A little lower, but almost as high as. So therefore, the way forward is, one, we move to clean mobility solutions, but at the same time, the source of power has to also become clean. And that is what I think we have been repeating. I won't repeat it, 2030 goals. We have gone for a very, very aggressive goal. What does 50% of the energy mean? Because remember, for a solar plant, your output is, in terms of power to energy, is just about 23%. That's like, I mean, it's a technical question. The load factor. If I have 100 megawatt of solar power, the energy it will produce will be about 23, 24 megawatt of a coal plant, because it works only for a certain period of the day. But we are talking about 50% energy mix being renewable. And that is the goal which is being driven. And as I told earlier, it is the whole of government approach. So MNRE is going a big way. Like, it is not that, I think somebody mentioned it, you have to do a very large kind of, I think Mr. Khanna mentioned in the beginning. But now PLI. We are going to have a capacity of 55 gigawatt in the country by the time PLI ends. That's about 2027-28. So if you have a 55 gigawatt of production of which can be utilized for generation of solar energy. So in 10 years, you can produce 550 gigawatt. So that will be further addition. So that path will continue.
Right. Thank you for giving us that roadmap. Dr. Rini, if I can come to you, and we'll take closing comments from our panelists now. When it comes to the amount of financing India would need, what would be required when it comes to financing this energy transition, 500 gigawatts by 2030, 50% of our energy needs through non-fossil fuel? What kind of financing would this need?
Yeah, I'm not the one who's going to give you the final number on this. I think that what is really important is that we try to disentangle the financing needs a little bit, and that the challenge will be to mobilize this finance, but we can only mobilize this finance if we also start to look at the avoided impacts, the adaptation benefits which we have. If we invest now, we will have to invest less in the future in adaptation. And this is in so many areas the case that we need to find a mechanism that we can, so to speak, pre-finance our sustainable energy transition to ensure that the planet stays livable and that the cost of living on the planet will be manageable. And that is, I guess, still the, apart from the numbers, is the way on how we think about business models, societal models, on how we can deal with this energy transition. How can we leverage the investment, taking into consideration that we have avoided cost in the future?
Right. Arunabha Ghosh, coming to you, when it comes to legislations, do we need more legislations? You mentioned a national solar mission earlier. Do we need more schemes to incentivize transition to green energy, renewable energy, or we just need to now focus on effective implementation of what we already have?
No, again, going back to the very first answer I gave, certain things are mature and needs to be, will continue getting pushed. But look, we are going to be the first major economy on the planet that will build more clean energy infrastructure this decade than its entire electricity system existed at the beginning of the decade. No other country has done this, right? When you talk about finance, let's not talk about finance, let's talk about investment. We'll be investing about $200 billion plus in renewables. In electric mobility, the market size will be about $206 billion by 2030. Green hydrogen, another 100 to 140 billion. Add it all up, India is offering an investment opportunity of over $500 billion this decade alone, right? Jobs, we're going to have a million plus workforce in clean energy by 2030. By 2040, sustainable cooling will have a workforce of 2 million. The green hydrogen ecosystem will have a workforce of over 2 million, right? So when we start adding all of this up, and think of this as the mantra for jobs, growth, and sustainability, then I think we also need a degree of overarching legislative backing so that this is a long marathon we're on. But regardless of whichever government is in place, whether now, in 2030, 2040, that we are constantly on the same track and upgrading our ambitions as the innovations emerge. But I think a legislative bulwark helps long-term investors know that not only is this country aiming high, but it will not stop aiming high at some time in future.
All right, a clear legislative and policy roadmap. Mr. Khanna, any kind of policy interventions that you're hoping for the government? Any kind of clarity that you're expecting?
No, I think the important fact today is that we have various policy initiatives out there and legislations too. In the past, we have come across where contracts were not honored, and that doesn't create a great amount of confidence in investors. We also have to see that we should not be only looking at the larger picture of utility scale energy. There are other requirements in this country, whether it is for the pumps agriculture need as well as the renewable is concerned. We also need to create the infrastructure for the transmission on those lines. That infrastructure is also important to bring this energy, which is infirm in nature. We need to make it firm with respect to the storage. That will increase the power cost. Currently, renewable is the most cost-effective power or the energy source in this country. The moment that will come, it will enhance the cost to some extent. And then we also have to pump this energy. So we need to have this transmission corridors and the storage capabilities within the country, which is also a very important source for it. And above all, I think we are at a stage where technology plays a very important role when the renewable energy is concerned. And it is evolving and enhancing at a much different pace than any other source of energy if you look at. We have those investments in technology and continuous investments in those technology and infrastructure for this to become what we all dream to make sure that it will happen.
All right, we've completely run out of time, but Mr. Jain, Dr. Reni, Arunabha Ghosh, Mr. Khanna, thank you very much for joining us on this panel, the big renewable energy challenge. How do we reach 500 gigawatts by 2030 and make sure we get our transition absolutely right? Thank you very much for joining us here.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that engaging panel. More knowledge for me and for all of us. And with that, now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite the CEO and MD of Tata Power, Dr. Praveer Sinha, on stage. Tata Power is India's largest integrated power company that has committed to net zero targets by 2045. Dr. Sinha, sir, it's a pleasure having you here. Thank you so much for joining us on stage, and I request you to please share your vision on how Tata Power is working towards making sustainable attainable. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Cyrus. Honorable Minister for Power and Renewable Energy, R.K. Singh ji. Later in the afternoon, we'll also have the Honorable Minister for Environment and Climate Change, Bhupendra Yadav ji, esteemed dignitaries and guests. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the Sustainable is Attainable. It's a little bit of a tongue twister, SIA FEST, which is a unique celebration of our mission that we can make sustainable in our country. This is a program which we started along with Network 18. Thank you, Avinash, Shireen, and very many others who have collaborated with us to make this a successful program, and we've been in this for last 10 months. And this has been to create an awareness about sustainability and how sustainability, awareness, and adoption can propel the country towards energy security and energy independence. And these are the two important things and the objectives of this initiative. There is no doubt, globally, there is a climate crisis, and this is a reality. This is not something which is there in other countries, it is everywhere. In fact, extreme weather events have caused nearly 270 billion loss worldwide in 2022. In fact, last year, that is 2022, the world witnessed some of the extreme weather events like the devastating floods in our neighboring country. We saw heat wave and hurricane in US and UK. The Horn of Africa drought was there, the typhoon in Japan, and also the wildfires and drought in Europe. Because of these events and basis various climate reports and projections which have come, the IPCC came out with a report, and the Secretary General of UN, Antonio Guterres, declared that the ongoing climate crisis is code red for all of us, and we need to combat this. And we need to combine our forces to really avert this catastrophe. India was also not left unaffected. In fact, in 2022, that is last year, we witnessed nearly 314 days of extreme weather events. In fact, on one single day, 8th of July 2022, we had 19 states and union territories which were affected either through extreme heavy rains and floods and landslides, storms, cloud bursts. So I think this is here, this is at our door, and there is a necessity for us to make the change. For us, it's very important that the extreme weather events which are impacting all of us, whether it is in terms of lives of people, or it is in terms of the crop that is getting destroyed, or the houses which are getting destroyed, and many of our people and animals getting impacted, it's necessary for us that we take corrective action. In fact, as per the IMD, year 2022 was the 5th warmest in its recorded history. So I think it's here, and code red is code red for us also in India. This poses a very important concern for us as to how we transition to clean energy. And it indeed requires very strong and urgent action. The moment is not tomorrow, but the moment to act is today and now. And over the last few months, our movement of Sustainable is Attainable is to enable a better understanding on the conversation around sustainability. How can we transition? The need for it is not that the future will wait for the changes. In fact, if we do not do it and we do not come up with the transformation stories that are already taking place, we will never be able to inspire the change. It has actually helped us to create a narrative that how diverse set of stakeholders, whether it is government, it is public institutions, private players, communities, people like all of us, have to play a critical role in the change. And with their active participation only, this change can happen. We heard in the earlier panel discussion, we heard the ambassadors talk about it, that it's each one of us. We talk about the Sabka Prayas. Sabka Prayas is essential to actually drive the behavioral change across the nation, from India to Bharat, and that is the Indian villages. We have fortunate today that we have the Honorable Power Minister, who himself has been championing this, and we will get to hear him later in the afternoon about what are the changes which are possible. How do we make the change? How do we embrace the solarization of agriculture through solar pumps? How do we bring electrification to the remotest area, whether it is through microgrids or through the normal power supply? How do we bring the commercial and industrial establishments, the homes, to adopt rooftop solutions? How does the policy gives the momentum to all these changes? How do we use energy efficient equipments and devices, including smart metering, to bring the change? And this is because we believe in the philosophy of life, which our Honorable Prime Minister had mentioned some time back. I believe that this is truly the decade. In fact, many people tell me, and I also believe, this is the decade of India. Our country can actually promote and show to the world that how, as a growing economy, India is driving this transition with clean energy. And this will be the new India, which has the benefit of demographics. It has the benefit of the best of digital technology. It has the benefit of decarbonization. It has the benefit of making local supply chain, the de-globalization. In fact, in last 70 years, the per capita consumption of power has increased many times, but we are still 1/3 of the global average. But as India is growing and becoming the 3rd largest economy in the world, India's power requirement will change drastically. This year, I'm expecting that we'll have a peak demand of something like 230 gigawatt. But as per the projections, 2030, we are expecting that this will become nearly 330 gigawatt. And I think that's the change, and how we meet the additional 100 gigawatt through renewable sources. It is imperative for us that in our sustainable growth, we graduate from just being consumers to prosumers, where each one of us is empowered to produce power, use it ourselves, and also give it to the community. In this drive, technology will play a very, very important role, and it will be right across, whether it is in material sciences, in bringing better chemistries for batteries, or it is in pump storage, or it is in thermal storage, or even in other related areas, you will see huge amount of technology interventions. And this will help us to integrate the renewable energy into the grid and provide 24/7 smart solutions to the consumers. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoTs will help us to optimize the usage of energy. And I think with the plans of having 24/7 renewable energy, we'll be able to do a better demand response and a demand side management. This development of technology is not only restricted in the demand area, but also in some of the newer areas. We have a very ambitious hydrogen plan, that how do we produce green hydrogen. We also have a great plan of nuclear power, the SMRs technology, which is going to happen. And also some of the other technologies in carbon capture will help us in the energy transition. The renewable energy has actually a great potential, not only for the technology people, but also for the young youth of this country. It has an potential to generate nearly 10 lakh employment in next 10 years. And I think that's the opportunity that we should look at, that how do we create new workforces who are ready to deploy and use renewable energy to provide better services to the consumers. And this is not only in urban areas, but also in the rural areas. And I think requirement of skilled talent will be required everywhere. From Tata Power side, we have been working on this, and we have set up number of skill development institutes. And the objective is that we create efficient and good pipeline of green workforce who will help us in setting up these solutions right across the country. This is an initiative that we also work with the Skill Council for Green Jobs, and I'm sure with the support of the government, we will be able to unlock the entrepreneurship opportunities that will come in the green energy area. As we come close to what we have envisioned for ourselves, it is also an opportunity for us to have large number of discussions amongst various think tanks, various communities, various private and public sector institutions, government, that how do we become more responsible in India's transition to the next level of green energy. And this is a role which we have to play individually as well as collectively, so as to drive the whole ecosystem of change, and especially using some of the innovative technologies in the disruptions that are happening in clean energy and efficient energy space. The SIA FEST, which has been curated, is to provide the opportunity and platform to have these type of conversations, exchange of ideas. And we saw today, earlier in the afternoon, how our ambassadors were so motivated to speak about some of the changes that they have seen in their country and can happen over here. So I think there is a great opportunity and a platform which has been created. And once again, thank you to Network 18 for creating this platform for us to take this right across the country. As I come to the end, I think there is a responsibility for us to make the changes. And this is a necessity because we owe it to our children. We owe it to the future generation. We owe it to the future of this country, that this change of energy transition is a responsibility and a duty on us. And the better we do it, the faster we do it, it will be good for the country and good for the people of this country. And this change will happen only because if we take the ownership of the change, and not because we are doing it because the government is saying or someone is saying about it. We need to make a difference together. As we create this legacy of a greener and healthier, sustainable world, I think each one of us will be the catalyst and the champion of the changes and the future that we create for the people. In fact, I always tell my team कि ये मिलके हम लोग को देश को green करना है, मिलके हम लोग को power को green करना है. So once again, thank you for being part of this initiative. ये जो मुहिम हम लोग का चला है, thank you for being part of this initiative and the drive that we are doing it. And more people will get combined if each one of you imbibe this story and take it forward. Thank you very much. Initiative, ये जो मुहिम हम लोग का चला है, thank you for being part of this initiative and the drive that we are doing it. And more people will get combined if each one of you imbibe this story. Thank you.
बैकपैक में भर के ख्वाबों का दम, बढ़ते कदम को देके रिदम, थकते फिसलते संभलते बढ़ते चले हम ठंडी हवा से लड़ते. दिल में अगर विश्वास है और आंखों में आस है तो कैसे ना पूरे हो मेरे भर के ख्वाबों का दम, बढ़ते कदम को देके रिदम, थकते फिसलते संभलते बढ़ते चले हम ठंडी हवा से लड़ते.
एकेडमी का लाइट तो सोलर पावर से ऑन हो गया, वो अपनी पावर ऑन करे.
है तेरे साथ सूरज की चमक तुझको ही रोक ना पाएगा, मेरे दर्द के नम से ही तो
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. De Power Co Green Signal. That certainly is the mantra of the day. Thank you so much, Dr. Sinha, for those wonderful and valuable insights. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, please extend an even bigger round of applause to welcome the Union Minister for Power and New and Renewable Energy, R.K. Singh Ji. I'd like to request him on stage. And with that, thank you so much for being here, sir. I'd like to invite back on stage CNBC TV 18's Managing Editor Shireen Bhan for a fireside chat with the Minister. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Cyrus. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and once again to the Power Minister, thank you so much for taking time out to be with us here for this very special campaign that we've been running for the past 10 months, Sustainable is Attainable. Before I talk to you about our renewable energy transition and our renewable energy targets, I want to take a moment to talk about what we are currently seeing, sir, in terms of power demand. We just heard Dr. Sinha talk about peak demand being at 230 gigawatts. I want to understand from you, how challenging has it been to meet the current power demand? The government invoked Section 11 to ensure that there is adequate coal supplies. We've managed that very effectively so far. But what is the expectation and the estimation in terms of peak demand? And what has been the big challenge in ensuring adequate power supply?
We are prepared for it. We'll manage it. The challenge has been there because the past 2 years, last year the demand increased by about 8% odd. Now, that is a record of sorts in the field of electricity around the world. I mean, no other country has demand increased by 8% in 1 year. This year, it increased by almost 10%. It's a challenge of sorts. Yesterday, the demand was about 215 gigawatts. Today, it's likely to be about 220 gigawatts. That's the initial feedback I get. And I expect that the demand, peak demand, which we'll touch will be about 230. Now, we'll manage it. I mean, we are prepared for it. We'll manage it. I don't want to pat myself on the back, but I'll pat my officers on their backs. You see, you had an energy crisis across the world. Now, we didn't allow that to touch us. Everywhere, the cost of power went up by 5 times, 6 times, etc., etc. We didn't allow that to touch us. In Europe, it went up to about 50 euro cents, 60 euro cents per unit. That's 60 rupees per unit. Here, we maintained it on an even keel. So, I mean, our power sector today is running fine. It's on an even keel. And I think that, the people have been now starting to learn from us. Earlier we used to learn from them, now they learn from us. Yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should give a round of applause to the Minister and his team for ensuring that we've had adequate supply, even though we've had record power demand. But, you talked about affordability, and you also talked about the fact that we've ensured that prices haven't moved higher, even though, as you rightly pointed out, in the developed world, we've actually seen a significant escalation as far as cost is concerned. So do you feel confident of being able to keep that? Because coal prices are expected to move higher, especially on the back of the wage revision that is expected as far as Coal India is concerned.
No, I do expect it. Earlier the ceiling in the exchange was 20 rupees. I brought it down to 12 rupees. And now I have brought it down to 10 rupees. I intend to keep it that way. I think 10 rupees is great as a ceiling. The average cost of power, coming from conventional sources is not more than about, let's say, 4 rupees 50 paise, 5 rupees. So if you are getting 10 rupees, you are getting double of what your generation cost is. And I think people should be happy with that. It's working. It will continue to work. We are adding capacity every day. From 14-15 onwards till date, we have added 184,000 megawatts of capacity. 184,000 megawatts of capacity. This has been the largest addition of capacity anywhere in the world. I don't know about China, because the figures from China, Dicey, you leave out China, we've added the largest quantity of capacity, and we continue adding capacity. Today, I have about 82,000 megawatts of capacity under installation. That's only non-fossil. Yeah. And fossil, I have about 20, almost about 51,000 megawatts. We are fine, thank you. Yeah.
Well, those are large targets that you've articulated here for us. But let's talk about the energy transition, because while it is a challenge and it is a global challenge, in India it's also being seen as an opportunity. In fact, if I were to point out, most...
we are a leader in energy transition. You
Yes.
see, all these people started giving us speeches, giving speeches around the world, to the world, to the developing world, as to how you need to cut down on emissions on fossil fuels. Our per capita emissions are 1/3 of the global average. Despite that, we have emerged as a leader in energy transition. We were the fastest in achieving our NDCs. We had pledged in COP21 in Paris in 2015 that by 2030 we'll have 40% of our capacity coming from non-fossil fuel sources by 2030. Today, I'm already at 42.8%, 9 years in advance. So we are a leader. And not only in energy transition, also in energy efficiency, also in reduction of emissions per se. I mean, we have reduced our emissions, by almost about 30%. We had pledged 33% by 2030. It's already at 30%, and that's why we have upped our ambition that by 2030, we will reduce our emissions by about 45%. So nowadays, by and large, when the developed world talks to us, they find themselves on the defensive, which is what I like, actually.
Well, it's good to be in that position, and especially when we were talking about the opportunity of decarbonization, which is being held up and being seen as a big opportunity for India at this point. But, you talked about the transition, you talked about the big targets and the audacious goals that we've set for ourselves. In terms of investments, the IEA estimates that we will require about $160 billion annually in terms of investments. What is the role that you see, especially of government financing, of private sector financing, multilateral financing, in order for us to be able to make this energy transition? What do you expect, especially in the next few years?
That's the conventional thinking. So when I started interacting with the world, they would ask, where will you get the finance from? And, I mean, do you need any assistance? I used to say, thank you. I really don't need any assistance. What we have done is that we have structured it. We have structured our systems in such a way that they are transparent. We have de-risked the system, so I get investments. I don't need to put in any money, any government money, in setting up capacity. I just call for bids, and those bids are hotly contested. You can ask Praveer, etc. All the companies, they invest, and they are getting financed by all the major funds in the world, because we are one of the fastest growing markets in renewable energy capacity. We are the most attractive market. That's what Bloomberg called us, the most attractive market for renewable energy. So we have a transparent bid system. We have a payment security mechanism which works. Fine. I mean, everybody is coming and investing here, so I don't have a problem with that. You see, the problem is not in capacity addition. Let's come to the nub. The problem is not in capacity addition, not for us anyway. Other countries may be having problems in capacity addition. The problem is translating that capacity into dispatchable capacity. Now, in the power sector, when we talk about dispatchable, we mean supplying electricity, supplying that quantum of electricity which is required at a particular time, precisely. That's called dispatchable. So if you want, let's say, so many megawatts at 12 o'clock night, dispatchable means that I should be able to dispatch it. Now, that requires storage. Now, storage is expensive. Now, all this world which has been, all the developers who have been lecturing people on how important it is to fight climate change, they've done nothing about it. You could have brought down the price of storage by adding volumes, by creating capacity. You did not do that. Today, the largest storage capacity installed is 230 megawatts in California. There are larger capacities under installation, but they are still under installation. We finalized a bid for 1,000 megawatt hours. This is one of the biggest capacities in the world. That's what we are today. We are world leaders. But the price is high. It's 10 rupees per unit. So my solar energy will cost me around 2 rupees 50 paise. In fact, I see this going down to about 2 rupees 30 paise. And the price of storing that for 1 hour is 10 rupees. That adds up to 12 rupees, 30%. So that is the challenge before the world, storage. Now, pumped hydro is cheaper, and it lasts longer, maybe 50, 60 years. A battery you'll have to replace in about 10 years, 12 years time. It has a finite number of cycles after which you have to replace it. So we are emphasizing pumped hydro. That takes time to construct. So we are pushing that. We also have to go in for battery storage. We shall go in for that. And I've been pushing the government to sanction, the production-linked incentive scheme to get me battery storage. That happens, we'll add more storage capacity. I'm already adding storage capacity. So that is the challenge. I'm also going to have the pilot using hydrogen as green hydrogen as storage. Again, that will be costly. So we are trailblazing. And the world is trailblazing, but we are one of the leaders in trailblazing.
Well, thank you for pointing out what is the big challenge at this point in time, and you said that pertains to storage. You brought out the production-linked incentive schemes, so let me talk to you about the PLI in the context of the aspiration of solarization. And the government has brought out PLI as far as solar manufacturing is concerned. We've seen 2 tranches go through already. How would you rate the performance so far, and what's the expectation from here on?
So both the bids were successful. In one bid, we tied up capacity of about 8,700 megawatts. In the other, we tied up capacity of almost about 39,000 megawatts. Yeah. Totally about 48,000 megawatts capacity, manufacturing capacity we've tied up, out of which about 24,000 megawatts would be from polysilicon upwards. Now, we still have some money left, so we intend to go in for a third tranche, now which will be the entire cycle from polysilicon upwards. We plan to have a capacity of at least 80 to 100 gigawatts of manufacturing here in India. So that is something which we'll require ourselves. Whatever is left, we'll export. But our demand is going to be huge because we are growing, our energy demand is growing. It will grow. As Prabir said, our energy consumption is just about 1/3 of the world, slightly more than 1/3 actually. So last year it was 1,600 billion units, and the global average is 3.3. So I think now we are almost at half the global average. But it has to go up. The United States, their per capita consumption would be, I think, about 12 times ours. So we need to go that far. And instantly our consumption will double by 2030. That's what we expect. Our consumption will double by 2030. We expect the consumption by 2030 to be about 3,000 billion units. So I have to add capacity. And we'll continue growing. Now that needs capacity. Our economy will continue growing. That needs capacity. So this is the destination. The whole world realizes it. And we have actually sort of made sure that it's easy to do business now. All our rules are transparent and they are simple. Today we have the simplest and the most business-friendly transmission rule in the world. We call it the general network access. You get connected anywhere, you are connected to the country. And you can sell today to Arunachal, tomorrow to Gujarat, the day after tomorrow to Tamil Nadu. I mean, all from the same plant. So that's what we have put in place. Similarly, across the board, open access. Anybody can set up capacity anywhere and consume it. There are hurdles. There are hurdles because of the entrenched, the institutions at present who had a comfortable life without competition. Now they are having to face up to competition. So, but all those hurdles we are ironing out. The systems we have put in place is by rules, which is law. And if anybody violates that, and if anybody does not follow the rule, punishment will happen. So all officers, all institutions now understand that.
Well, I'm sure that everyone's listening to you very intently and very carefully, but you talked about a third tranche as far as the solar PLI is concerned. When can we expect that, sir?
We are working on it. We'll come out with that. We'll also come out with the PLI on electrolyzer. We are going to be one of the biggest green hydrogen manufacturers in the world. We are going to be so big that already major developed countries have started putting up barriers, and I keep calling them out that, all of you have been lecturing the whole world about the benefit, how important free trade is. But now what's happened? Now you've gone protectionist all of a sudden. They don't have a reply. They don't have an answer, whether it's the United States or Europe. And they are trying to put up barriers for, against green hydrogen from India, because we have the capacity of making it at the cheapest rate.
Yes, and at the cheapest in the world at $2.50 is what the government is working towards. But when do you see that inflection point as far as the green hydrogen ecosystem is concerned? We've already seen the cabinet announce and clear 19,000 crores worth of incentives. You talked about scheme for electrolyzers as well. What, do you believe in the next 5 years we will see an inflection point as far as the green hydrogen ecosystem is concerned?
We had put a very modest target for ourselves, about 5 million tons. I'm sure that we will cross it. By 2030 will be much beyond that. Part of it we'll consume ourselves, part of it we'll explore. Now suddenly, all these champions who had been saying that, no, you need to decarbonize, go green, fossil is bad. Now they are also, in all the discussions which are going on, now they are talking about low carbon hydrogen. I say, I ask them, what is low carbon hydrogen, for God's sake? Now that's what, they don't want to, sort of go entirely green. I'm asking them, why not? If you can go entirely green, why not? Why do you want to, go to low carbon hydrogen, which actually means making hydrogen from gas, natural gas. You take out CO2 and you make hydrogen from that. So by and large, all these people who are lecturing us all the while have suddenly gone quiet.
So you talked about legacy. One of the challenges that the Indian power sector has had to deal with is the health of the DISCOMs. And we have seen an improvement, of course, in the last few years as far as the health of DISCOMs.
The power sector today is totally different. Now, you see, when I joined, the capacity addition used to be, 100, 200, 500 megawatts, etc. In solar or wind, there used to be a FIT. Now, I am adding about 15,000 to 16,000 megawatts every year, every year. So that's the scale of the change. The DISCOM story is old. That was before we started changing this world. And today, we brought down the losses of DISCOMs from 22% to 17%, 5% already. Now, when we reach 10, 12%, we are there, because the system losses would be about 5, 6%. So when you reach a 10, 12%, including agriculture, you are there, you are fine. And we are very close to that. Next year or the year after that, we shall achieve that. We have reduced the gap, the ACS ARR gap, from about 69 paise to about 22 paise. We have reduced that. The outstandings of GENCOs on DISCOMs has come down from 1,56,000 crores to almost about 60, 70,000 crores. Now suddenly, the power sector has become very attractive. And now suddenly, what happens was earlier earlier what happens was that there was some stress in the power sector. When I came, there was stress in the power sector. And any unit which went to NCLT used to be sold at 1.5 crores per megawatt, whereas the cost of installation used to be 5 crores, 6 crores. Today, the cost in NCLT has gone up to 6 crores per megawatt. So that's how attractive it has become. The world is different. We've made it different.
So given the fact that we've seen this big change take place as far as the health of DISCOMs are concerned, do you believe that there is a need for privatization, or that the government will be able to now manage its DISCOMs?
No. I'm very clear in my mind. I'm very clear in my mind. And I keep telling my officers about this. I say that we are a democracy. Democracy means freedom. So everybody has a right to choose. That's why I made this universal open access. Why? I mean, I didn't make it, actually. It was there in the 2003 Act. It was not being implemented. We are implementing it. The 2003 Act said that there will be open. Open access means what? I mean, if the DISCOM is inefficient, I'll buy it from somebody else. That's what open access means. And similarly, just like there is no licensing for generation, actually there should be no, but you need licensing for distribution, so that you can make sure that the distribution companies are answerable for the service which they are giving. What we are saying is that licensing should be virtually automatic. Anybody who applies should get the license, because the people are more important than discoms. The discoms are here for the people, not vice versa, and the people need to have a choice. And if some discom is not giving them good service, they should be able to switch to a discom which is giving better service. I'm very clear in that.
I want to understand from you now what the priorities are in terms
of... service is important. Now, we did two, three more things. Now, Praveer talked about prosumers. We coined this. We came out with a rule, writing out the rights of prosumers. There's a rule, rights of prosumers. And then the rights of consumers. We've come out with rules. So you have a right to get connection within a certain time frame. I'm just waiting for some people to complain so that some people can get penalized. Once you penalize somebody, then the right gets entrenched. If somebody is penalized, if one person is penalized for violating a right, you can then we sit back and relax and say that the right has been entrenched. So there is a rule that if you apply for connection, you must get it within a certain number of days. Please read it. I'll put it on the net. And in fact, the CNBC should publicize these things. And if there is any disruption in your supply, if there is any load shedding without any rhyme or reason, the DISCOM has to give you a compensation. They can't do gratuitous load shedding. All these are enshrined rules. As I said, we are here for the people. The DISCOM is here for the people, not the other way around.
Sir, your voice is being heard loud and clear across not just CNBC TV 18, but across the 28 channels in the Network 18 family, online and on TV. So I think people have got the message of what you've been trying to say this evening. But I want to understand from you in terms of the execution roadmap, in terms of priorities, going back to what we heard there from Dr. Sinha, both in terms of energy security and energy independence. If you can lay out for me what we should expect in 2023, while we know the long-term target by 2030 and beyond, over the next 12 to 18 months, what should we expect?
Now you will continue seeing a push for capacity addition. The great news is that our economy is growing at 7%. Now that growth can only happen if we have electricity. Because electricity parts everything. You can't have growth. You'll have zero growth without electricity. So you need electricity. So I'll continue pushing for capacity addition. Bulk of that capacity will be non-fossil, hydro, renewables, and nuclear. But till storage becomes viable, till the price of storage comes down, we propose to add storage manufacturing here so that the price comes down. Till that happens, the fossil fuels are here. I'm not going to compromise with the availability of electricity for growth. Sorry, whatever. My first priority is what? My first priority is to make sure that there is sufficient electricity for growth. Second, of course, is that I would prefer the electricity to be as green as possible. Incidentally, I've also made another rule that you as citizens can ask your DISCOM that I want my electricity to be 50% green, I want my electricity to be 75% green, I want my electricity to be 100% green, and it will be incumbent upon the DISCOM to give you that. And of course, you can buy green electricity from anybody, will give you free transmission. That you must do. So I'll prefer green, no doubt about it. But I'm not going to compromise with the availability of power for growth, sorry. So today I have about 50 gigawatts of thermal capacity under construction. So they'll remain under construction. And we'll complete them because we need it. And once the battery becomes viable, once I have more and more, right now I just have about 4,000 odd megawatts of pumped hydro. Once that capacity reaches about 20,000 megawatts, etc., then I think gradually we'll be able to wean out the thermal power plants. And this is not me alone talking. You see, when you had the Ukraine crisis and when the Russian gas was cut off, suddenly the entire sort of developed world started talking about energy security. Earlier, they were talking only about energy transition. Now, they talk about energy security first. So for us, that's true. I mean, energy security and availability of energy for our growth is, I mean, priority one.
That is the top priority.
But despite that, we are still the world leader in energy transition. Remember that. So nobody can actually, discuss with me on that. We are the world leader. So when we are not, then you can come and talk to me.
So let me end by asking you then, because you pointed out that storage continues to be the #1 challenge. What would you see in terms of government intervention, incentives, etc., to try and change that?
We have approved a VGF for storage. So 1,000 megawatt hour storage is already bidded out and allotted. We'll come out with another bid for about 500 or 1,000 megawatt hours of storage. We'll again be a leader in round-the-clock renewable energy. Make no doubt. I have no doubts. We are a leader in the world, and we shall continue to be a leader in the world. Those days are gone. When you used to look westward and say, okay, that is how they do it. Now they look at us and try to find out how we do it. The world is different, and we lead.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, it's the perfect occasion to thank the Power Minister for joining us and for laying out the roadmap of what we should expect as far as India's power sector is concerned, and more importantly, the transition to a greener power sector.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for joining us this evening. We
now
appreciate
you can be
your
proud
time.
of being Indians and having a power sector which is a leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. But we need you to stay on for a couple of minutes more, because we are going to be honoring some champions of change. So if you could just stay on for a couple of minutes more. Cyrus, back to you.
Thank you both so much for that wonderful and enlightening conversation. And I'm delighted to announce that today, at the Tata Power and News 18 Network SIA FEST, we have amongst us 7 champions of change who are helping India move towards a more sustainable and inclusive future. And to celebrate these champions, I would also like to invite on stage the CEO and MD of Tata Power, Dr. Praveer Sinha, to please join us on stage to felicitate the first batch of our sustainability heroes. Now is a great time to make lots of noise, cheer these heroes on, clap. I am told the louder we are, the more carbon emissions we offset with positive vibes. For personal reasons also, these people being felicitated, they are recording this. They'll later on see you all not clapping, and then that's that. So please clap. Ladies and gentlemen, our first champion is Cochin International Airport, the world's first solar airport. The Indian government is actively promoting the use of renewable energy at domestic and international airports, and a big contribution comes from Cochin International Airport, which has become the world's first green airport. The airport operates fully on solar energy to meet its electricity requirements. Let's take a look at their incredible and inspirational story. Take a look.
As the world is pushing towards the switch to green energy, creating sustainable airports is critical to usher in a sustainable future. Recognizing this need, the Indian government is actively promoting the use of renewable energy at domestic and international airports across the country. And a big contribution comes from Cochin International Airport, which has become the world's first green airport, fully operating on solar to meet its electricity requirements. Till date, the airport has generated more than 25 crore units of green power from its various solar PV installations, while reducing the carbon footprint by 1.6 lakh metric tons. With this, the airport has become the second largest power producer in the state of Kerala.
We took the initiative, and Sial became the first solar-powered airport in the world. Today, we are not only carbon neutral, we actually generate more energy which we give to the grid. Cochin International Airport today is a model to all other airports and is actually a pioneer in making all the airports carbon neutral by the year 2030.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite on stage Head of Corporate Communication, Cochin International Airport, P.S. Jain. Congratulations, sir. Thank you for being here. Congratulations once again, sir. What a fabulous story of change there. Congratulations once again. And now moving on to our next champion of change. We have someone who happens to be a climate change advocate. She spearheads the hugely lauded social media initiative Climate Warrior, which aims at raising awareness towards protecting nature. UNDP has appointed her as India's first national advocate for sustainable development goals, and she is none other than Bhumi Pednekar. And while she would have loved to be here with us today, Bhumi had to travel out of the country, but we do have a short message from her. Take a look.
Namaste, I'm Bhumi Pednekar, and I want to thank CNBC for honoring me with the Sustainability Ambassador. My recent collaboration with UNDP to be India's first advocate for the SDGs makes me believe that all my work has been recognized and I can truly inspire many, many people through all the work that we do. We need to understand that sustainability is the need of the hour. We all need to adopt a sustainable lifestyle because we need to contribute towards making our planet healthier, greener, and leaving behind an abundant planet for the future generations to come. I say this time and again that climate change is the largest human threat that humanity has or will ever face. It is our responsibility to make sure that the future generations get the same resources we got while growing up. Is it happening? No. Climate change is not a fictional fact that we made up or that has come out of a science fiction book. It is something that is happening now. Just because we can't quantify it, that doesn't mean it's not real. We are facing the adverse effects of climate change, and following a sustainable lifestyle is one of the ways that we can battle it. So here I am in the most humblest way accepting this award. Thank you so much CNBC, but I really hope that together we can make this planet healthier and leave behind a greener, happier future.
Congratulations once again. And now we move on to our next champion of change. Our next champion of change is a climate innovator and the founder of Cool the Globe, an app for climate action with users from over 110 countries. Prachi Shivgaonkar has been felicitated as the Young Changemaker of the Year and was one of the 4 Indians selected to speak at the COP27 conference held in Egypt late last year. Let's take a look at her incredible and inspirational story.
Prachi Shivgaonkar, a young climate innovator, is changing the world one step at a time through her app Cool the Globe.
ये ऐप क्लाइमेट चेंज से लड़ने में मदद करती है.
Cool the Globe is an app and a movement with a vision to help individuals take small actions to reduce their carbon footprint. With users from over 110 countries, the app has helped save over 2.5 million kilograms of greenhouse gas emissions. Her commitment towards climate action extends beyond the app. She was selected by the Ministry of Environment and UNICEF to represent India at COP27 Climate Summit in Egypt and was awarded the COP27 Young Scholar Award from the Honorable Environment Minister Bhupender Yadav. Her work for climate action has reached over 25 million citizens and is inspiring others to adopt sustainable practices.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a thunderous applause. May I invite on stage Prachi Shivgaonkar. Congratulations and thank you for all your incredible work. Congratulations once again, Prachi. And now we move on to our next champion of change. And our next champion of change is Blue Smart Mobility. Blue Smart is India's first and leading all-electric ride-hailing mobility service with a mission to steer urban India towards sustainable, clean mobility. The organization is working towards providing citizens with efficient, affordable, and clean transportation. Here is their incredible story.
India is making great strides towards sustainability and is accelerating the transition to electric vehicles, and with a mission to steer India towards a sustainable, green and clean mobility. Organizations like Blue Smart are at the forefront of the on-demand electric mobility revolution that promises to transform the way India commutes.
Please extend a huge round of applause and welcome the co-founder and chief business officer at Blue Smart, Tushar Garg. Congratulations. Thank you for your great work, Tushar. Congratulations once again to all our champions of change. Let's have a huge round of applause for all of them. And a big thank you to our Minister, R.K. Singh ji, Dr. Sinha, and of course, Shireen for doing the honors. Thank you all so much for so graciously handing out these wonderful awards. Ladies and gentlemen, before we take a short little break, I would urge you all to please visit the experiential Clean Energy Corner set up by the Junior Climate Crew members from Tata Power's Club Energy Initiative, which is a mass sensitization program that aims to promote clean energy and conservation awareness amongst schools across the country. Every year, schools under Club Energy come together for an annual Urja Mela event. This year, the Urja Mela saw enthusiastic participation of students from 8 states who came together to showcase their understanding through experiential science models. It's beautifully set up. Do check out the program. And with that, now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a short little break to help you re-energize yourselves. We'll see you back in 15 minutes to resume the evening's proceedings. You don't want to miss this, folks, so please energize yourselves, get hydrated, and come right back. We have lots of exciting sessions coming up because, as they say, picture abhi bhi baki hai mere dost. So thank you for being such a gracious audience. I'll see you on the other side of this break. Thank you. Welcome back, folks. Glad to see eager faces after our short little break, and it's always a good sign. And it's only going to be getting better and more exciting as this afternoon progresses. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to head overseas. But don't leave your seats just yet. This one is going to be a fascinating virtual session to open your senses to a world of incredible possibilities. We have Michael Paulin joining us from London today. Now, to give you a little understanding of who Michael is the founder of Exploration Architecture Limited. He is a global thought leader in regenerative design and biomimetic architecture and speaks on innovation and environmental sustainability. Now, I know and I understand that is a lot to take in, so maybe this short little film will help us all understand the impact of his incredible work across the globe. Take a look.
Michael Paulin, a visionary architect, a TED Talk speaker, renowned author, passionately working in biomimetic architecture and innovation. Taking cues from nature, Michael Paulin is working towards addressing global issues of climate change, biodiversity loss, and resource depletion with sustainable design solutions that are more efficient, resilient, and adaptable to our ever-changing environment. Michael Paulin has worked on several successful biomimetic architecture projects, such as the Sahara Forest project that is harnessing the power of biomimicry to create a system that could grow food in the desert using seawater, sunlight, and carbon dioxide. Another big project is the biomimetic office building that was designed to mimic the structural and functional properties of a termite mound, which has a natural cooling system that regulates temperature and humidity. For example, a building designed to mimic the structure of a tree can use passive ventilation, natural lighting, and shading to reduce energy consumption and provide a comfortable indoor environment. A green roof or living wall can help to mitigate the urban heat island effect and promote biodiversity while also providing insulation and reducing rainwater runoff. Biomimicry in architecture is truly a promising approach to sustainable design that can help to address some of the most pressing environmental challenges facing our planet today.
That was just mind-boggling, and if you all are as curious as I am, I'm sure this session is going to be an absolute treat. And to help us take this journey on, I would like to invite and call CNN News 18's Managing Editor for Special Projects, Anand Narasimhan, here on stage. Round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Anand.
Well, thanks. Cyrus, you've got the stage, so I'll stick with the audience here.
Done.
So what I'll do is I'll take my position here.
Okay, perfect.
And we will continue the conversation.
Proceed. Also, ladies and gentlemen, through the course of the discussion, if you have any questions for Michael, do remember to send us a tweet. Please hashtag SIA FEST so that it reaches us. And now over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Cyrus. Michael, hi. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much. And it's great that all of us are part of this conversation that sustainable is attainable. The Shinkansen, that's the Japanese bullet train, is inspired by the kingfisher's beak. Velcro comes from inspiration of the burr fruit. So biomimetic design is something which we've all familiar about or we've always been inspired. But how do we make it regenerative? How do we make it sustainable? That man on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Paulin, is the one who's going to take us through that conversation. First up, Michael, how did you make the shift, or what inspired you to look at sustainable design, architecture, moving away from traditional systems, incorporate biomimetic designs into your thought process? When did this journey start?
Well, in many ways, the seeds were sown in my teenage years because I was passionate about three things: design, biology, and the environment. And then some years later, when I started working on the Eden project, that was when I saw that there was a way to bring those three together in pursuit of sustainable architecture inspired by nature. And then I took another step forward when I went on a short course at a place called Schumacher College, which is a center for ecological studies, actually inspired by the work of Rabindranath Tagore. And during that week, I learned a huge amount about the potential of biomimicry to help us address just about all the challenges that we're likely to face in the years ahead.
So let me ask you, talk us through and discuss some of your projects in regenerative design and how you've been able to achieve sustainability, energy efficiency goals.
Sure. Okay. Well, maybe a good one to start with would be a zero-waste textiles factory that we worked on for a client in India called Harsh Piramal of Moraji Textiles Limited. And he had a real vision for what he wanted to achieve. We all know that textiles is really quite a water and energy-intensive industry. And so by using ideas from ecosystem models, we were able to look at all the different elements of the system and see how we could bring those together in ways that were synergistic. So looking at the output from one part of the system and seeing how that might be an input to another part of the system. And for that project, we involved a biologist, a chemist, and a water expert to help us develop the ideas. And by looking at all the elements that went into the process and designing out all the problematic inputs, we were then able to use biological forms of water treatment for all the outcoming water. And then by looking at all the resource flows of the machinery and processes, we were able to achieve really pretty substantial savings in energy. So we showed that we could get all the way to zero carbon with a payback period of about 5 or 6 years, as well as making a much better working environment for the people inside the factory.
So this has happened in India. So you're starting with an India example.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So we're going to ask you about what all you've done the world over, one by one. But the more important conversation that we're all having now is the role of design and architecture towards achieving this net zero targets that everybody is setting for themselves. The world is setting for itself. And how important is design? How important is architecture? What is the role in trying to achieve these goals? Because people want to achieve it sooner than later. It's not 2050. People are talking 2030 now. Earlier it was 2070. So I'm going to ask you that.
Yes, of course. Well, it's probably worth remembering just how significant the built environment is. So in the UK, about 40% of our emissions come from buildings, and then a further 25% comes from transport, and that's something that we can influence as well as architects, designers, urban designers. So there are big opportunities within the built environment to achieve really substantial savings. And one of the key differences really between sustainable and regenerative is that in sustainable design, there was a tendency to think that if we just make things a little bit better, then that's enough. And clearly, that's only enough if we've got above the line of neutrality, of having net zero impact. And actually, we need to do so much better than that. We need to get into the realm of having a net positive impact. And that for me is one of the key distinctions between sustainable and regenerative. It's not enough to just be a bit less bad. We need to set the target much higher than that and aim to maximize positive influence.
So you're saying don't be just a little less bad, you be very, very good. But the journey between being less bad and very, very good has a cost angle to it, and it also has other challenges. So how would you compare, contrast, or highlight some of the challenges between regenerative design and also the traditional sustainability designs?
Yes, sure. So it doesn't have to cost more. So on the Eden project, that was a project in the UK. I think it is still the largest greenhouse in the world. And we took inspiration from a lot of biological structures, particularly spherical structures in nature. And that helped us to design the building in an incredibly efficient way. And we also explored the idea of very thin pressurized membranes as an alternative to glass. And again, that was inspired by biology. And the result was a building that cost about 1/3 of the cost of a more conventional approach that would have used glass and much heavier steel. There are some projects like the Biomimetic office where it will cost a little bit more upfront, but there will then be massive benefits in the longer term. So it's much cheaper to run, and also it's much better for people's well-being and productivity. And in an office building, if you look at the total costs over a period of, say, 10 years, by far the biggest cost is actually the cost of the salaries. Yeah. That's far more than the cost of the building. Yeah. So we worked out that if we could achieve a roughly 10% improvement in people's productivity, and the evidence suggests that is perfectly possible, then the building would pay for itself entirely in just 3 years, based on the improvements in productivity.
But do you see more people inclined to this? I'll come to the India aspect about it, but when you started with the Eden project, and you said we're going to recreate Mediterranean systems, rainforest systems, perhaps the largest indoor rainforest system, that's the Eden project. How many people were open to this concept? And how many people thereafter have been inspired by what you did?
Well, I think one of the benefits of biomimicry is that it draws on proven solutions that exist in biology. And if you can say to someone, well, look, this already works in biology. We as humans, we're creative, inventive as a species, we ought to be able to do it. If it's physically possible, it's proven in biology, we ought to be able to do it. And nearly all of those examples in biology will use resources far more efficiently. They won't use any toxins. All the materials can be recyclable at the end of the use. So it's an amazing storehouse of proven solutions. The built environment tends to be quite slow to change, at least in most of the countries that I've worked in. So people have been quite slow to adopt these ideas from nature. But I'm completely convinced that the solutions to our nature crisis are to be found in nature itself. And that's why I'm convinced that this is going to be an increasingly useful and common source of solutions. And just in the last 3 or 4 years, I've noticed a huge increase in interest in this kind of thinking. I think that there's a general recognition now that to really move beyond conventional sustainability into the realms of regenerative design, then inspiration from nature is going to be one of the best sources of solutions.
Let me ask you this, is regenerative design at the base of it more expensive? Does that cost consideration come as a hurdle? Or are corporates, entities willing to look beyond that? Because like you said, in the long term, it actually pays back more.
Well, as I said, it doesn't have to cost more. Sometimes it's cheaper. Sometimes it costs a little bit more in the construction phase, but then it pays for itself very quickly. And in some cases, like the zero waste textiles factory, it provides you with a great deal of kind of reassurance in terms of tightening legislation in the future. So if you've already built a factory to high standards, then you're safe from tightening of legislation in the near future. And it's also a very positive thing to be able to offer to your clients. So for instance, if you think about the international buyer for one of the big clothing chains, they're all under pressure from their shareholders and from other governments in other parts of the world to improve their performance. And so I think this is increasingly looking like a very sound investment, to just take a slightly longer term view, to be prepared to invest a little bit more in the construction phase in order to give you a much better building that protects you and ensures your long-term commercial viability.
You spoke about the Eden project. I'm very curious to understand the Sahara Forest project, and then we'll bring it into India. So tell us a little more about the Sahara Forest project.
Sure, thank you. Well, the idea with the Sahara Forest project was to bring together a number of key technologies which had some interesting synergies between them. So the key ones are forms of solar energy, a type of greenhouse that was actually inspired by a fog-basking beetle. This is a beetle that has evolved a way of capturing its own water in a desert. And then the other core technology was approaches to desert revegetation. Now, when you bring those together, they're actually much more productive and efficient than they are separately. So we built a version of this in Qatar and another one in Jordan. And this allowed us to test all the aspects of the system. And in addition to those 3 technologies, we actually added in some other ones. And we showed that we could grow crops throughout the hot Qatar summer with half the amount of fresh water of conventional approaches. So the potential exists to grow crops with much less water, to produce a lot of renewable energy, and to revegetate deserts.
Now, how do we bring that into India? Now, if you talked about Jordan and Qatar, in terms of the desert systems, the Thar desert system in Rajasthan perhaps mirrors similar climate conditions, but Ladakh doesn't. Ladakh itself is a desert, but it's a different desert altogether. So is it possible to bring those and mirror that and adapt it to India?
Quite possibly, and I did look at the Thar Desert actually, and I'm aware that it has incredible solar potential. And if there were to be a source of salt water or seawater, then something like the Sahara Forest Project could be a very good solution. The key thing with biomimicry is to look at what solutions already exist in that place. And in most of the world's deserts, there are species of plants and animals that have evolved amazing ways to deal with that resource scarcity. So for instance, I've mentioned the beetle already.
Yes.
In parts of the Middle East, camels have amazing adaptations that allow them to recapture water from the air that they breathe out. There are types of cacti that can draw moisture out of the air, even against gravity. They have a particular geometry to their spines that draws water out of the air into the body of the cactus. And in the case of a desert in India, say, if I were to be working on one of those, one of the first things I'd want to do is engage a local biologist or ecologist and really study what the amazing adaptations are that exist. So a really key question that any architect or engineer should ask themselves, I think, is what solutions already exist in this place? And you can see from studying the place, normally you can find some amazing examples of adaptations to the specifics of that location.
Interesting you give us the cactus analogy. I studied in Rajasthan, so I used to play sport. So we used to get very thirsty while playing, and the throat used to get parched. So my coach told me, just stick your tongue up to the upper wall of your mouth, stick it up, and then blow in with your mouth. And you will feel water vapor around your mouth, and you'll slowly your tongue will start getting, and your throat will start getting moisturized. So that's another way where you can adapt when you don't have water, and you stick your tongue up, and breathe in, and then your throat slowly starts getting cooler and water vapor gets absorbed. So that's again, mimicry at work there. But let me ask you this. You started something called the Architects Declare. That was a solid movement where now I believe 6,000 companies across 26 countries are part of this. What is this entire cause?
Yes, sure. So in 2018, when the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued their latest report, which was the most worrying of the reports they'd ever issued, it showed that we're still a long way off a safe path for humanity. And I came to the conclusion that 30 years of conventional sustainable design had not got us anywhere near to where we need to be. And so I reread one of my favorite essays. It comes from a systems thinker called Donella Meadows. And she argued that the best way to bring about change is to actually change the mindset or paradigm that drives how a system behaves. And so I embarked on 2 new collaborations. One was a co-authored book with a friend called Sarah Ichioka about this shift from sustainable to regenerative. And the other was Architects Declare. So both of these were inspired by the need to move beyond conventional sustainability into the realms of regenerative design. And we launched Architects Declare in the UK with some of the leading practices. And very soon we had a lot of other interest. So we had 200 firms signing up in the first 2 days. Wow. And then we deliberately made it as easy as possible for groups in other countries to set up their equivalent. And I'm very pleased to say that as you say, we now have over 6,000 companies in 26 countries all signed up to a declaration of action. And we regularly meet up with our colleagues in other countries. We share knowledge. We organize events. We've created useful resources to help our signatories really move on from sustainable to regenerative.
Are there Indian companies who are part of this project in India? How's the response been? I know you're plying your wares through your company in India. So let me ask you this. There are a lot of us who are present here.
Well, I would be absolutely delighted if some architects in India wanted to get together. Feel free to contact me and I can tell you how to set up the equivalent of, well, a version of Architects Declare in India.
But increasingly, do you find Indian companies, India Inc., interested in regenerative design, moving just beyond how do I get to net zero, the less bad equation to the really good equation?
I do, yes. I've had quite a bit of contact from clients in India, and I think there are some great opportunities in terms of the biology that exists in India, the landscape, and the kind of solutions that could be implemented.
The Future Cities Catapult project, what is this project about? And do you really believe that urban town planning and development could actually adopt regenerative design for long-term benefits?
Yes, sure. So I've had a fairly modest amount of involvement in the Future Cities Catapult, but I do know some of the people involved and I've spoken at some of their events. And perhaps the most useful thing I could share here is what I think a model for a regenerative city would look like. And I draw inspiration here from a group in the United States called Biomimetic 3.8. And what they say is that our current approaches to urban design don't go anywhere near far enough. And what we should really do when we're designing a new city or a new piece of city is we should start by analyzing how a mature ecosystem in that part of the world would function. How much carbon would it absorb? How much wildlife would it accommodate? How much oxygen would it produce? How much water would it filter? How much food would it produce? And those should become the targets for our new piece of city. We're a long way from achieving that at the moment, but there are sufficient examples of buildings that do bits of that for me to be convinced that that is possible. And when we get to that point, then we could reasonably say that we have integrated everything that we do into the broader web of life. And that for me would be a truly regenerative approach.
Well, while you were speaking, Michael, we've had the Honorable Minister for Environment, Bhupendra Yadavji, also walk into the conversation. We are in conversation, Honorable Minister, with Michael Pollan, pioneer in regenerative design and biomimicry. So my final question, and we'll wind up. Michael, why should designers, architects, adopt regenerative design? What's in it for them?
Yes, sure. Well, that's a great question. And in the book that I mentioned that I wrote with Sarah Ichioka, we actually mention Amitav Ghosh and his book, The Great Derangement. And he makes a really important point there, which is that it's not really the job of politicians to imagine new futures. That is the job of creative types. And architects and designers have the ability to imagine things that don't even exist yet, and to work with clients and teams to lead them into actually realizing those ideas. And that's where I think we can play a really important role and really contribute to future generations, trying to get humanity onto a safe path so that we actually raise our game. You know, right. I think in many ways, architects and designers have been setting the bar too low. We need to rise to a new role as humans. And that new role is to be co-enablers of the flourishing of all life for all time. That's what I think we should be aiming for.
Very well said that, Michael. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Pollan, put your hands together for him. Thank you. Fantastic conversation. We look forward to having you in person in India very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Michael and Anand. And I've got to confess, I'm a little amazed at just how much more there is for us to learn from Mother Nature in this wonderful digital age. Makes me sometimes sit and think about how somewhere in a completely different parallel universe, trees are accessing the internet by simply logging on. All right, we will take a second's pause to just get over that terrible joke and act like it didn't happen and erase it from our memories and move on quietly. Now, a quick reminder also, ladies and gentlemen, to check out the vibrant cotton runners on your table. They are absolutely stunning. These are handcrafted by Tata Power's Anokha Dhaga community. And also do scan the QR code on the tent card on your table to know a little bit more about Anokha Dhaga. These tent cards are right on your table. With that, and while you scan these beautiful, to tell you a little bit more about Anokha Dhaga, we must move on. And ladies and gentlemen, India now, in its presidency of G20, is embedding mitigation and adaptation deeply across priority areas such as arresting land degradation, accelerating ecosystem restoration, and enriching biodiversity. To speak on all that and so much more, it is my honor and pleasure to invite on stage Union Minister for Environment, Forests and Climate Change, Shri Bhupender Yadav ji, to please grace the stage and deliver a special address. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening. When I received the invite from the News18 group of today's event, and I looked at theme, Sustainable is Attainable, I was filled with a new hope. Media play an important role in shaping public opinion. If media houses talk about critical issues such as sustainability, I believe sustainable is indeed attainable. So I will begin by congratulating News18 choosing this theme. You have also given me a very interesting topic to share my views, India and biodiversity. Many understand biodiversity as the variety of life on Earth, but it is not just variety which constitute biodiversity. Biodiversity is a variety of all living things and their interaction. The word interaction is here important. The present crisis of biodiversity loss and climate change has happened because human beings have not been kind in interaction with other life forms. The West started rapid industrialization about a century ago. Western nation created a belief that man is the center of life on earth. Their model of development was an anthropocentric model, meaning concerned only with human being. That is when we become abusive towards nature. Today, the entire world is facing the result of this mindset. I take great pride in saying the ancient Indian philosophical thought had seen this crisis coming and also presented a solution. The motto of forest and environment, forest and climate change present this solution when it says, Prakriti Rakshitaha Rakshataha. That means nature protects when it is protected. We have to be respectful, caring, and sensitive towards other form of life for to be mentioned in Sanskrit. When we say Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we must know that Kutum will flourish only when there is Vasudha. If there is no Vasudha, then Kutum can't survive. When we say Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya, the word survey here doesn't just include humans, but all life forms. One concern exists without the other, and that is why we are with nature. I can say with full confidence that in India, under Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, we have a complete understanding of this fact. So when India's G20 presidency talks about one earth, one world, and one future, it is talking about the future of not just humans, but of planet Earth as a whole. We are thus working for a consensus to preserve the planet as a whole world. Over there is a discussion on climate change. And I would like to point at a fundamental problem with this discussion. A lot of focus of discussion is on mitigation. For those of you who may not know that mitigation means make the impact of climate change less severe by preventing or reducing the emission of greenhouse gases. In India, we do not believe that only reducing greenhouse gas emissions should be the focus of the fight against climate change. India believes that there have to be simultaneous effort for wildlife conservation. Efforts are also needed to stop land degradation and biodiversity loss. Preserving biodiversity is important for human beings. We depend on this biodiversity for food, for medicine, for energy, and for all progress that we make in technological domain as well. In 2022, at the UN Convention on Biological Diversity COP15 in Montreal, Canada, when I had the privilege to representing India, we made the pitch for promoting biodiversity through positive investment. India underlined that the global biodiversity framework must be framed in light of science and equity. And there are sovereign right of nation over their resources. India's balance sheet in implementing the ECHI target declared at 2010, the UN Biodiversity Conference in Japan has been forward-looking, and India is on track to meeting its commitment due to India's effort. Lifestyle for environment, which seeks sustainable consumption, not mindless exploitation of biodiversity resources, found an echo in the global biodiversity framework adopted in Montreal. Because of India, the policies and the work of all front of protect the environment, India has agreed to contribute to globally achieve the target of 30 by 30 by 2030. As the voice of the global south, India is also ensured that principle of equity, common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities are applied to the framework, and that is because we are responsible global partners in fight against climate change and refuse to be dictated by the West on the terms of this fight. After all, it is a Western development model that we are paying a price for. In India, we are working with a whole of government and whole of society approach to fight climate change. At arms of the government are working together to ensure sustainable is attainable. Just to give you an example, now we are on the coming 5th of June, we will be celebrating the World Environment Day. And this time, the focus is on Mission Life. All ministries and departments are working together to raise awareness and action for environment. The ministries and departments are working at their levels to bring together on this issue, and millions of people across the country for this endeavor will be participated in the event. I will like to use this platform to urge all of you to join making pro-planet choices and to be the part of this noble mission. Ladies and gentlemen, India's greatest strength in its people and what people in India are doing for environment is unmatched. In one of my visits earlier, last 2 months before the Bandipur, when our Prime Minister inaugurated the Tiger program, I met the people to the Jenu Korba and Soliga tribes in the Bandipur Reserve. These tribal people are known for how they have preserved their ecosystem and biodiversity in the forest area in which they are live. But I was overwhelmed to see by using lantana, an invasive forest produce, these people made a beautiful furniture and household product. I see these people not only as the environment crusader, but also those who are using their traditional skill can give a huge boost to the local product in international market also. In Jharkhand, I want to give an example also. A whole festival in the month of July organized to celebrate a tree. The Sarhul festival is organized in honor of sal tree by all village communities and tribes, such as our tribes Orao there, Munda were there, Ho, and Santhal community. This has been century-old practice and reflect the deep connect Indians share with their biodiversity. This is a striking example of oneness with nature by our culture. some example around in the India. It is because this reason that India, despite the population size and the pace of development, has been able to meet climate action targets. We are a nation of environmentally conscious people, and our rural community are their biggest example for this. Under Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, environmental participation has emerged as a pro-planet people's movement. Mission Life, which talks about making a small lifestyle change to make positive environment impact, in born out of the same thought. Everyone must come together in their own way for the sake of environment. And so, we are working on the ensuring women's self-help groups are involved in the environment protection and wildlife conservation. There are some women like Kinkri Devi from Himachal Pradesh, Tulsi Goda from Karnataka, and Gaura Devi from Uttarakhand are proof of the power of women to make a positive impact on the fight against environment and land degradation also. The government believes involving women in climate action can bring very positive outcome. India is mixing the traditional knowledge of environmental protection and technical advancement toward protection of its biodiversity. Friends, if you are interested in plants, I welcome you to visit the Indian Virtual Herbarium created by one of the department, Botanical Survey of India. This herbarium is a vast database of derived plants. The herbarium has been helping visitors with complete information of plants. This is one of its kind effort for all information on plants found in India in one place. In April 2023, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji launched the International Big Cat Alliance for conservation of 7 big cats in the world. The 5 are in India: tiger, lion, leopard, snow leopard, and we introduced the cheetah also in India. The other 2 are in Latin America, that's the jaguar and puma. This will help member countries of the alliance to share information and knowledge for protection of big cats, not just in India, but world over, and protect their ecosystem also. We are also working on expanding our forest cover, our Ramsar site network, our mangroves, our wildlife. The government is doing with this the active involvement of people. Ladies and gentlemen, the task is big and opportunities endless. But event like this will ensure there is a continued motivation to keep working toward the goal of making sustainability, and sustainability is attainable. I once again congratulate the organizer and wish Network 18 all the best in effort toward raising the awareness of climate action. I hope my talk today had something for all of you to take back your home. Thank you very much me having here, and your patient listening also. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I'm going to request you to please grace the stage again. I'm going to request you to please grace the stage again, sir. And joining you on stage, may I also please invite the MD and CEO of Tata Power, Dr. Praveer Sinha, back on stage, and the CEO of Network 18 Broadcast and MD AETN, Avinash Kaul, to please also join us on stage. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for being here and to felicitate the second batch of our Champions of Change with the Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to give them all your love and, of course, a huge rounds of applause. That's right. Our next change maker is the founder of Healing Himalayas, Pradeep Sangwan. In an attempt to retain the beauty and pristine greens in the Himalayan region, Pradeep Sangwan started an organization which he aptly named Healing Himalayas. With his army of volunteers, he went out to clean plastic and other waste along the trails of the Himalayas. Take a look at this.
In 2014, I asked my friend that I would like to do this particular track. I asked him to accompany me for the track route, and he said there's no need for a guide or a friend like me who has already done it. Just follow the plastics and you will reach your destination. That line stayed with me. I thought of initiating a movement, a campaign called Healing Himalayas, wherein the sole purpose was to travel and trek for a purpose. We have engaged about 7,000 to 8,000 volunteers so far. We started from collecting 5 to 6 kg per day, and now we collect about 5 to 6 tons per day, obviously non-biodegradable waste. There is waste everywhere. Highest part of the world, Mount Everest, there is waste. Deepest part of the ocean, there is waste. Littering is very easy. Throwing waste from your car is very easy. While traveling, trekking is very easy. But collecting it is very difficult. So make our life easy by adopting these sustainable practices.
Congratulations on your incredible work. Please put your hands together for Pradeep Sangwan. Could we please have you on stage, sir? Congratulations once again, Pradeep. Thank you so much for all the incredible work you do. And with that, we move on to our next champion of change. Well, she is someone who has literally shown us how it takes a special kind of person to dedicate their life to conservation. This dynamic forest officer has taken up several pioneering and reforming movements befitting the forest-dependent communities in wildlife areas. She is none other than the Divisional Forest Officer at Hirakud Wildlife Division in Odisha, Anshu Pragyan Das. Congratulations. She is also a wildlife photographer and author, and here is her incredible story.
Debrigad Wildlife Sanctuary is located in westernmost part of Odisha. The most imminent threat to wildlife conservation and environment is human-related pressure. Our primary motto of Forest Service has been to provide alternative to the forest-dependent communities so that we create more inviolate space for the wild animals. Important task remains handling the communities who are surrounding the sanctuary because they are the major stakeholders. So a part of our team also remains busy every day in conducting different level meetings, building tolerance towards environment and environment protection, wildlife conservation and different kinds of confidence building measures has been our priority always. I feel very content with the help of local community could bring results in the landscape. Also cultural transformation among the people.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Anshu Pragyan Das on stage. Congratulations. Thank you, Anshu. Congratulations once again. And with that, we move on to tonight's last champion of change. Our last champion of change is an impact enterprise with a vision to build a sustainable and inclusive workforce to create social impact. Social impact by improving access to opportunity for persons with disabilities. The organization is called Vishesh, and they are committed to building an inclusive ecosystem through their training sessions and auditing private and public buildings to ensure accessibility for persons with disabilities. Here is their story.
Vishesh, an impact enterprise with a vision to build a sustainable, inclusive workforce and create social impact by improving access to opportunity for persons with disability. In line with their vision, Vishesh is committed to building an inclusive ecosystem through their training sessions and auditing private as well as public buildings to ensure accessibility for PWDs. So far, the organization has trained over 5,000 persons with disability with employability skills and assisted over 4,500 such individuals with placements in top organizations. Vishesh is enabling India achieve its goal of shared prosperity by helping create a more sustainable and inclusive society.
Let's have a huge round of applause, and I'd like to invite the co-founder of Vishesh, P. Rajasekaran, to please grace the stage and receive the honor. So congratulations once again, and a huge level of congratulations to all the champions of change for their incredible contribution. Thank you all so much for that. And of course, a big thank you to the Minister, Dr. Sinha, and CEO of Network 18 Broadcast, MD AETN, Avinash Kaul, for so graciously felicitating our wonderful and incredible change makers. And with that, now we are delighted to have a wonderful performance for us today. 3-time Grammy Award winner, musician and environmentalist Ricky Cage is here. So without wasting any more time, please give him all your love. This is Ricky Cage.
Ricky Cage, our champion for nature.
Ricky has been inspiring and is one of our champions.
My brother Ricky, I'm really proud of you as always.
And the Grammy goes to Winds of Sound, sir.
I'd like to thank the Recording Academy. Asatoma Satgamaya Om Shanti 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 Om. Thank you.
And the Grammy goes to Stuart Copeland and Ricky Cage.
In India, we've got a saying called as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which literally means the world is one family.
Stuart Copeland, Divine Ties, and Ricky Cage.
Namaste and thank you. Namaskar, everyone. Namaskar, everyone.
Namaskar.
Thank you so much. It's a huge honor for us to present our music in front of you. Of course, a massive honor to do this again for you, Mr. Bhupender Yadav, Honorable Minister. What a wonderful speech. And of course, a great custodian for our environment, nature, and for our wildlife. And of course, I consider him to be a mentor and an older brother. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Mr. Bhupender Yadav. So our first song for the day is a song about the river Ganga. Through this song, follow her journey from where she takes birth in the Himalayas to where she completes her journey into the Bay of Bengal, nourishing hundreds of millions of lives along her way. Here is our song. It's called Ganga. Anjana Padmanabhan on vocals, everyone. Now, how many of us over here, some of you have heard this song before, but how many of us over here fell in love with the river Ganga all over again after listening to that song? Come on, you can scream for the river, come on. Thank you so much. Now, complete my statement. Jai Jawan. Jai Jawan. So we've got tremendous respect for our armed forces. We've also got tremendous respect for our farmers. This song is dedicated to the farmers of India, especially the tribal farmers of India. In fact, for this song, we collaborated with the real working tribal farmers of India. They've got amazing indigenous knowledge that has been passed down from generation to generation. But more importantly for us, they've got songs that have been passed down from generation to generation. Some of these songs are over 3,000 years old. So we collaborated with these amazing farmers on one such song. You will see them collaborating with us on the big screens on my side. Here is our next song. It's called Jai Kisan. A bigger round of applause for the tribal farmers of India, everyone. Now, all of us talk about, all of us, and even me, all of us over here talk about changing the world, but we rarely talk about changing ourselves. And this is not because we are bad people, it's simply because we haven't empowered ourselves to believe that the small, tiny, incremental changes that we can make within our own lives, within our own tiny capacities actually matter. Now, I'm preaching to the choir over here, and of course, Mr. Bhupendra Yadav has already mentioned about this, that the Prime Minister has launched, the Honorable Prime Minister has launched the Life Mission. Now, what is this Life Mission? The Life Mission puts back the power of change in our own hands so that we can be the change that we want to see in this world. The Life Mission is a global movement which talks about, that we should do away with the use and throw economy that we are so used to. We should buy everything with a lot of deliberation, with a lot of mindfulness, with a lot of intention. We should reuse everything. In fact, this jacket that I'm wearing right now, I had actually got it made for the Grammy Awards ceremony in February this year when I won my when I won my third Grammy Award. And this is the 18th concert that I'm wearing this jacket for. So if you look at my Instagram, you'll see this jacket in pretty much every single photograph. So anyway, this song is dedicated to the Prime Minister's life mission. And Sid, do you want to teach everyone the song?
Yes, definitely. Whoa, 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 whoa. Everybody together now. Whoa, whoa. Wow, you guys are lovely. Give it up for yourselves, lovely people.
Now remember that, and also, everybody's got a cell phone. Pull out your cell phones, put on your torches. Come on, everyone's got a cell phone. If you don't have a torch, then probably you can drop off your phone at the nearby museum. I think there's an exhibition also going on for museums right now. So you can do that. Everybody pull out your cell phones because this song is called Shine Your Light. Everyone.
हम सब साथ यहाँ है, हम सब साथ यहाँ है, कोई फर्क कहाँ है, कोई फर्क कहाँ है। Hey! चलो हाथ बढ़ाए, hey! चलो सबको दिखाए, hey! चलो हाथ बढ़ाए, hey! चलो सबको बताए, hey! कोई भी यहाँ अकेला ना है। It is time, let's do this, it's our time, let's do this, it is time to shine a light. Let's do this, it is time to shine your light. Whoa, 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 whoa. It is time to shine your light. Tim ta tim ta ta kid ta kid na kid ta tim ta tari kid ta kid ta tim ta tim ta ta kid ta kid chendo ta kid ta tari kid dum tim ta tim ta ta kid ta kid chendo ta kid ta kid ta kid ta tim ta kid ta kid chendo ta kid ta kid chendo ta kid ta kid chendo ta kid ta मैं जो साथ निभाऊं, तू जो साथ निभाए, तो बात बन जाए, तो ये रात ढल जाए।
मैं जो साथ निभाऊं, तू जो साथ निभाए, तो बात बन जाए, तो ये रात ढल जाए।
चलो हाथ बढ़ाए, चलो सबको दिखाए,
चलो हाथ बढ़ाए, चलो सबको दिखाए, कोई भी यहाँ अकेला ना है।
It's time, let's do this, it's our time, let's do this, it's time to shine a light. Let's do this, it's time to shine a light. Come on everybody! Whoa, whoa, sing along! Whoa,
Ravichandra Kulur on flute, Sudhir Yadavanshi on vocals, Siddharth Basrur on vocals, Anjana Padmanabhan on vocals, Giridhar Udupa on percussion. Now we've saved the best for the last. India, I'm sure all of us agree that India is much more than just us human beings. Do you agree? The forests and wildlife, they are the true inhabitants of India. They are the true citizens of India because they've existed on our land long before any of us humans have ever set foot here. We human beings have been here for 3 lakh years. Our forests and wildlife have been here for 3,000 lakh years. So we created an instrumental version of our favorite tune, our favorite melody in the whole wide world, that is the Indian National Anthem. And we decided to dedicate this instrumental version of our Indian National Anthem to the true inhabitants of India, the forests and wildlife. So if you would please indulge me, if you are able to, then let us all rise, let us all stand for the true citizens of India. If you are able to stand up, let us all rise for the true citizens, the forests and wildlife of India. Let us all stand for the Indian National Anthem. Thank you so much. Let us all make it our mission to make everyone fall in love with the natural world. And hopefully through that love, we will find it within ourselves to protect, to conserve, and to sustain our beautiful country and our beautiful planet. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of the evening.
What a spectacular performance there, ladies and gentlemen. Please extend another huge round of applause for the incredible Ricky Cage. Ricky, I've had the incredible pleasure of actually hearing you quite a few times, even in the past, as I've hosted shows where you're there. And could we switch on the mic? The one person whose mic you shouldn't switch off is Ricky Cage. You switched it off. It's the wrong person.
No, it's on.
It's on. It's on. So it's wonderful. I thought I'll just chat with you just a little bit. It's interesting. Ricky and I are born just a day apart, same year.
I'm 1 day older than him.
You're 1 day older than me. This is true. You are wiser. Both are above 6 feet tall, and I don't want to show off being humble here, but we have 3 Grammys between us, which is amazing. I mean, amazing. Maybe if you all had worked a little harder, could have been us. So, Ricky, you've had an amazing life. Amazing. You were talking a little bit about how you actually have also reused what you're wearing. You're not unlike celebrities who wear new things all the time, almost 18 to 20 times.
Yes.
What are the benefits of this, Ricky?
Lots of benefits. Firstly, if I do not get a good picture at a particular event, I can always use a picture from a previous event.
This is brilliant.
And I don't have to think too much before dressing up for an event.
I follow you, Ricky. I'm often amazed. I'm like, how does he glow in every image? How do you have the same expression? I do have done the same thing. I wear this suit everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you knew also, because I saw you last at the opening of the Bengaluru International Airport, and you were wearing the exact same suit and the same shoes.
That's very hurtful, Ricky. We didn't have to bring that up just now. It's true, I do. But we have to get the expression right. You can't be too happy also. I have like Mona Lisa smile in every image, so they don't know where to place you. You know, launches, anything. You can't show any emotion. So this is a brilliant idea, guys. You too should just wear the same clothes everywhere. Take 3 great images, and you look fresh through the evening.
Yeah, and plus, like, the planet does not remember what you've worn. The planet remembers how you treat it.
Wow.
So that's very important.
I'm going to repeat what you said, and then I hopefully just zoom in so that they cut it to me. Ricky, I was just thinking about something. The planet does not remember what you've worn.
Yes.
That's right. I said that.
Well said.
Thanks, Ricky. I just came up with it second ago. Okay, Ricky, you've had a really colorful life, a really, really colorful life. But before that, I want to say you're very tall. You're like 6 foot plus.
Oh, you're very short.
I'm a hobbit. My feet actually end here. I just roam on stilts. What are the benefits? Benefits we've heard of, which I think are imaginary, quite frankly.
Yeah.
What are the problems of being tall?
I don't know. I mean, one of the problems is that whenever I'm doing a concert like this, the lighting engineers always light my chest. They don't light my face, you know.
So true. They think like according to their height.
And then a lot of women do not want to take pictures with me because they feel too short in front of me.
And if you're a nice person, I think you're always adjusting in photographs. Like
I do that a lot, and I love doing that. Yeah.
That's very kind of you. I hate it because I'm not a nice person. And I always look like I owe the person in the photograph money because I'm always like, even though my name is Saukar. But Ricky, apart from all this, and 3 Grammys later, what's fascinating about you is you're actually a qualified dentist.
Whoa, okay.
Is this true?
Yeah, I mean, from a young age, my parents knew that music is all that I wanted to do for the rest of my life, because right from when I was in my 3rd or 4th grade, music was all that I wanted to do, my hobby, my profession, my everything. My father's a 3rd generation doctor and Indian parent. So he was furious during my 12th that I wanted to become a full-time musician. And so as a compromise with him, I decided to do, he forced me to do a 5-year degree in dentistry. I did that. Then immediately after that, I gave him the certificate and I told him that dentistry is a very noble profession, but it's not for me. And so I did not practice even for a single day. I became a full-time musician after that.
This is fantastic. I know you had to say that as a disclaimer. There is an after party. People are just going to randomly line up their conversations about fillings and stuff with you, and we don't want that for you, Ricky.
No, I don't want to ruin your life.
Right. So you knew you wanted to be this from day one. This is an amazing gift that you had. Like you always wanted to be a musician and be with people.
There was no 2 ways about it. It was always a musician from the time I remember. Yeah.
Well, Ricky, I can't thank you enough for making the right decision. You're an incredible talent and a superb human being. A round of applause for Ricky Cage.
Oh, thank you so much. And thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Till we meet again in the same clothes, Ricky.
For sure.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, while all the sessions today have made me wiser, our last session today, titled Making Sustainability a Movement, has filled me with intrigue because we have a really eclectic mix of people. We have a film actor, a very, very talented film actor. Then we have a 3-time Grammy-winning musician and one of India's leading social media stars. And they all are going to be here talking about sustainability. A lot more than any of us could ever guess. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to call back on stage CNN News 18's Managing Editor, Special Projects, Anand Narasimhan, to now take over and take this conversation forward. Back to you, Anand. Thank you.
I still have this here, so I'll use this, right? Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for 3 people who are phenomenal in not just their craft, but they also hold Mother Earth, climate, and sustainability very close. And in their own way, they are doing their bit to make this a movement. So may I first request Rahul to please come up on stage. So along with backing a rugby player, he's still playing. Look at his fitness, phenomenal. But he's also been at COP15. Please sit. And he's somebody who's championing it, and we're going to talk to him about how do we make this personal. And that's what I'm going to come to you straight with, Rahul. Prajakta, come on up. UNDP Climate Youth Champion for the 2nd year in a row. And content creator, actress, blogger, social media influencer. Yeah, sure. Please sit, please sit. It's an open forum, okay? Once I sit, once Ricky also comes, then we're all going to just talk. And what we're going to do is how do we make sustainability cool? That's what I want to get out of all of you. Ricky Cage, my dear friend, please come. Put your hands together for this guy. Phenomenal. He's taking the message of sustainability, environment, our rivers, Mother Earth across the world. Shanti Samsara, we'll talk about that, where he's collaborating with musicians across the world. That he's wearing, he must have said he's wearing it for the 18th time, but that's Ahimsa silk. Is that Ahimsa? That's Ahimsa silk. So Ahimsa silk is very unique. You can read up about it, why it's important, because it's taken out of the cocoon once the butterfly or the worm is out. It doesn't kill the worm. And that's when that raw silk is used. So another sustainability measure, that is Ahimsa silk. right? Thoda bahut main bhi sikha, because I got to see Ahimsa silk, ladies and gentlemen. I said, phenomenal. This should be, everybody should be wearing this if you really want to say that you want to practice something towards nature or give back. But let's dive into the conversation, Rahul. For how many of us is sustainability personal?
Well, I think that climate change still remains a concept in most people's minds. Climate change still remains something that is an institutional problem. Climate change at best becomes a social problem, but it is an individual problem. So I think it's really worthwhile understanding how our lives are being impacted by climate change without us even knowing. So I'm on the ground. I've been working on this for the last 15, 17 years. So let me give you an idea of what's going on right now in terms of connections to make between problems and climate change. Everybody says climate change destroys livelihoods, increases violence. The question is how? Easy to say that. So in the Sundarbans, because the sea levels have risen and they have flooded the rivers, they've destroyed the fields. So first thing is the farmers have now become fishermen. So it's radically changed their way of life, their livelihoods. Entire villages, districts of India, and this has been happening for years, quietly move out of their villages and their districts for 6 months a year because there's no water. So they just go to another place. We don't even know about it. They actually migrate for 6 months without you even knowing. And in some cases, they leave their women folk and the children behind. And it has been documented that some of these women finally resort to prostitution because there is nothing to feed off. There is no income coming in. So you have prostitution, not as an institutionalized form, but as something under sheer pressure. It's also true that women eat least and last. So whenever there is a crisis in the household, the woman will eat least and last, favoring the spouse and the children. So what does that do to maternal health? What does that do to babies? What does that do to a whole generation? So when you're actually thinking of a natural disaster, a climate change occurrence, this is also a really hard, brutal fact that the maximum number of assaults on women happen in the 24 hours after a disaster. Because a lot of them are left unhoused, uncared for, unprotected. So if you're looking at the kind of the ecosystem of violence, I'm not even getting into water wars, I'm not even getting into half the conflicts in some parts of the globe today, which have been triggered by water. Unwelcome migration triggered by, I'm not even going to get into that because again you'll tell me that's an institutional problem, it's a political problem. But if you look at this, that your livelihood is changing because of climate change, that you're being forced into prostitution because of climate change, that the brutality of climate change results in violence towards yourself, which you wreak because you don't eat enough, and which is wreaked on you by other people because of disasters, then you begin to understand that this, and this is no exaggeration, this is today, is the greatest cause of human violence in the world.
Phenomenal point of view. How many of us knew about that? How many of us knew about that? Now, there's another statistic that says even within India, ladies and gentlemen, because of climate change, forced because of this migration that's been talked about, rural to urban migration, 22 crore people are estimated to move out of their village systems towards the urban centers. That's the pressure on our urban systems that's going to be wreaked if we do not make sure that the villages become sustainable.
That's 3 United Kingdoms.
Yeah. 22 crore people by 2030. Between 2022 and 2030, that's the number. 22 crore people. So that's how serious this problem is. And that's why it needs to become personal. That's why we need to think, how do we keep them where they are and make it sustainable for them to stay where they are? That's the challenge. Now, how do we make that cool? How do we make it good to talk about environment? How do we make it cool to talk about environment? How do we make it say, nobody's going to be sheepish saying, "Main apne kapde."
After my uplifting talk.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Project has to
not just
follow.
that. See.
Doom. Oh, let's make it chatty and cool.
No, but this doom is because of a fact that we don't make it personal. We don't think it bothers us. It matters to us. कोई और करेगा, ये किसी और का problem है, ये कहीं और हो रहा है, मैं थोड़ी कर रहा हूँ. That's where it emerges from. Project. Sorry to put you on the spot there, but that's what.
That's okay. Hello, everybody. Good evening. It's not intimidating at all to be here at this point. Wow. So I'll tell you where I finally found how I fit into this conversation.
Right.
I started speaking about, and I'll be honest about it, climate change was a fairly newer conversation for me when I started making it on my platforms of impact, where I had the reach, where I could speak to my audience. I started speaking about mental health and girls' education much earlier than I started speaking about climate change. So when UNDP came to me and they said, "Hey, do you want to be our youth climate change ambassador?" And I was like, why me? I have not had those conversations before. So it took me a few months to kind of figure where I fit in. But quickly I figured that most people younger than me, older than me, in my age group have the same question. Why me? Like, why do I have to talk about this?
Exactly, yeah.
What difference can I make at my house? And that's when I realized that a lot of times, like Rahul mentioned, every time there's conversation happening about climate change, most of the younger people think that it's an institutional problem. The government's going to take care about it, policy change needs to happen, it's the bigger players who have the monies kept for CSR. You know, that's where it's all going to go. That's what a lot of young people think. Another thing is that every time conversations happen about climate change, they happen in a certain way, which is not easy for a huge chunk of our audience to understand. The concepts that are used in boardrooms travel from boardrooms to Instagram creatives and get lost there. Because let's be honest, how many of us always knew what SDG stands for?
Correct.
I'd studied about it much later in college, but not till I started working on it so often did I know, oh, that is exactly what. I had a conversation with my parents where they did not know what SDG stands for, where that was the most of the communication that was going out of influential channels. How many of us know all the development goals? We don't. I know goal number 5 and I know goal number 11 because that's gender equality and climate change. Did we know that? No. But I found that now. If I talk to my audience in the way that communication around climate change has been happening so far, I cannot get through to anybody. So that's where I found my place in the whole conversation, where I like to go to places like this, where I get to get this information, I get to learn about things, I get to meet people who are in positions of power, I get to be in rooms where parts of the problem and parts of the solution are together discussing things that matter to you and me, and break it into bite-sized pieces so we can make it consumable to a younger audience. I've always thought that through communication, through conversation, maybe it'll be easier if the youth today grows up looking at it as a lifestyle, looking at sustainability as a lifestyle and not as a lifestyle change.
As a lifestyle and not as a lifestyle change. Very well said.
And I feel like that makes a huge difference. I also understand that I have no experience to voice opinions about it, because I have not been on the ground working on it for many, many years now, like so many people have been. Like Rahul mentioned, he has been. So maybe that's where I fit in, where if I do not have the knowledge to place an opinion or guide somebody who follows me on Instagram or YouTube or my other socials as to how to go around climate change, maybe my socials and my platforms can be the vehicle for conversations that are already being made, because I know I can give reach, I know I can give impact.
Yeah.
So I think that's where I fit in. Now, I don't know if that's cool, but...
No, it's not about, when I say sustainability cool, it was not, I came from the approach where it's not embarrassing. It's not something which, it's something which you'd like to wear on your sleeve. Be very proud about saying, this is what I'm doing for Mother Earth. This is how I'm reducing my impact on Mother Earth, and this is what I'm giving back. Like Sadhguru once, Ricky was telling me when he started the Safe Soil movement, he said 27,000 living organisms in the soil, which are important to nourish the soil, are getting extinct every year. That's because we repeat our same crop on the same, and we are not giving back, we are not giving any rest to that soil. Now 27,000 living organisms are getting मुझे क्या फर्क पड़ता है microorganisms मर रहे हैं. That's my first thought. Then I realized that if these microorganisms are not there, then that means my soil is not nourished, and if my soil is not nourished, then I'm not going to have crop yield, and if I don't have crop yield, so from a food surplus nation, I'm going to go to a food deficit nation in no time. Within the decade, that's what's going to happen. But how do I take this message across? Everybody will come listen to you. Oh, fantastic, great music, and you've given it a theme. You're collaborating with people. What next? So what? Do you see that problem, Ricky?
No, I guess the messaging becomes really important over here, and there are multiple aspects to this, to your question. One is, of course, how do you do the messaging? And what I've done is that I've divided this into two large categories. One way to communicate about environmental issues and climate change and all of that stuff is basically the Greta Thunberg approach, as Rahul just said about doom and gloom and things like that. And the second approach is basically through love. That is what I call the Sir David Attenborough approach. So if you look at the Greta Thunberg approach, of course, I've met her. She's an absolutely genuine person. I completely vouch for that. She's absolutely amazing. She's obsessed with what she does. But at the same time, a doom and gloom approach, at least in my opinion, is very effective in some ways, and in some ways it's not effective. Whereas with Sir David Attenborough, his approach is that at the end of the day, we as human beings will only protect things that we love. We will only love things that we understand, and we will only understand things that we're taught. So that is the idea, and that's what he does. As I said at the end of my concert, that let's make everyone fall in love with the natural world, and hopefully through that love we'll find it within ourselves to protect, to conserve, and to sustain. So that is, that would be, I guess, my approach. But what was your question, first of all?
No, my question to you is that when you make this music, people listen to the music.
Yeah.
They look at your message. But how many of them actually retain it? Do you really believe they retain it? That's where is the problem of translation. That, like he said, it becomes institutional. It becomes like, oh, we are coming to a forum like the SIA FEST, Sustainability is Sustainable is Attainable. I attended it, Ricky Cage performed, Rahul Bose spoke, Anand Narasimhan was there, Prajakta Kuli was there, we listened to all of it. All right, outside, and then what next?
So I guess what happens is that right now when it comes to all the environmental problems we face, they say that we've got a triple planetary emergency, we've got species extinction, we've got loss of biodiversity, air pollution, plastics pollution, climate change. The thing is that I believe that the biggest threat to all of us is the constant thought that we have that somebody else will make a difference. You know, at the end of the day, that is the thing. And the thing is that every single person on this planet, and I'm saying without exception, is aware of all the problems we face, maybe not at an analytical level, maybe not at a scientific level, but everybody is aware of all the problems that we face. Now, so the question is actually not about awareness right now. The question is about how do we convert this awareness into action. And how do we do this? We can showcase a ton of scientific data to people, which is extremely important, but probably it will not have any effect. You can showcase a ton of scientific analysis, data, statistics, and it'll probably not bring about behavioral change. But what is needed is for artists, and in my case, music, because I'm partial to the art form of music. What is required is for musicians to take these complex ideas and thoughts and to simplify it into the emotional language of music so that you're hitting the hearts and souls of people. And that is what will encourage people into change. Now, I can give a whole lot of examples of what I have been doing when it comes to my songs with Pacific Island nations, with elephant conservation and all of that stuff, to show that how it's resulted directly in policy change. You know, through the music that I've created, through the music that I've performed at, you know, at the United Nations and through my ambassadorship. But what I would like to point out is just, I'm going to take a minute, is that what we need to showcase to people is the relationship between action and consequence, basically. Now, all of us remember that incident that happened in Kerala in 2020 where this pregnant female elephant, there was this very powerful image that she was standing in the middle of a water body, in the middle of a lake, and she had died while she was standing. And this image was everywhere, in New York Times, in Los Angeles Times, in all of our Indian newspapers, everywhere. And it really captured everybody's imagination. Everybody was really upset. What the story behind it was that this pregnant female elephant, she walked out of the forest in search of food. And then what happened was that she ended up wandering into a farmland and she ate this pineapple, and the pineapple was laden with explosives, and it fatally damaged her mouth. So she wobbled herself away. She wobbled and she walked her way to a water body. She stood over there and she died while she was standing. Now, of course, there was knee-jerk reactions from everywhere that the farmer should be hung upside down, the farmer should be killed, the farmer should go to jail for life, and the farmer should be punished. But what we don't do is that we don't look inwards. that if we do not have electricity for 5 minutes, we are so inconvenienced. If there's a new iPhone that comes out or a new gadget that comes out and they don't make enough of it and it goes out of stock, we are so inconvenienced. Why can't they make more of it? Now, where is all of that coal coming from for our electricity? Where is all that silica, manganese, iron ore, nickel, cadmium for those electronic gadgets coming from? It's coming from digging up those forests. So it's basically our consumption patterns which is destroying the food habitats of those elephants, and those elephants have no other alternative but to walk out for their food, and they go to a farmland, and the farmer has got no other choice but to make the punishable offense of actually protecting his or her family and protecting his or her livelihoods. So what we need to do is look inwards, and it's us artists who need to show a mirror in front of everybody to showcase that whatever problems are happening in this world, I have got a part to play in it, and what can I do to bring about a difference?
So how do we start doing that? Now, well said,
Okay.
Ricky. Well said, Ricky. Would you agree that from the doom and gloom, positive reinforcement is a better way to approach aspects? Yes, you highlight the problem.
Obviously, I mean, there's no question.
Huh?
I mean, obviously.
So, but how do we bring about this positive reinforcement?
So
Let's talk about cinema.
Anybody who can use their hand, just do this. Okay? Yeah, right. So how many restaurants are there in Delhi? Of all kinds. Give me a number. Somebody with a calculator, start calculating. Anybody with a calculator on their phone, you can put your hand on it. So you're looking very scary now. Okay? The hand wasn't straight, it was bent. Anybody with a calculator? How many restaurants in Delhi? 10,000? Come on. Of all kinds. 10,000. How many seats in a restaurant in Delhi average? 50?
Yeah.
Is somebody punching this in? Yeah. We'll need this.
Yeah.
Please, can somebody punch this in?
Yeah.
So 10,000 into 50.
50,000. Yeah.
Wait. How
5 lakhs, sorry.
How many times a day will that 50 change in a restaurant? 3 times? Minimum?
Yeah.
So that's 150 seats. Okay, how many glasses of water in that restaurant? In 10,000 restaurants, into 50 into 3, is that many glasses of water?
Yeah.
How much in a glass of water? Quarter liter? 1/5 of a liter? 200 milliliters? So how many glasses will make a liter? Divide that entire amount by 5. That's how many liters of water? That's how many liters of water that are poured in front of you in 10,000 restaurants every day in Delhi. And how many of us drink it? It's tap water. How many of us drink it? 50%? How much have we saved by doing this?
Don't want it.
Over that glass.
Don't pour that glass. Don't pour that water. Yeah.
How much have we saved by just doing this? Saved, cleaned, chlorinated, or whatever the process is, water through the municipal corporation into the taps, into every restaurant that comes in. How much energy will you save by saving half the amount of water, drinking water, very different from all the other kinds of water in this country which I have sampled, all kinds. Drinking water in the capital. How much water will you save and how much energy will you save from the purification of that water on a daily basis? What is it? How many liters? Did anybody calculate?
Yeah, I think one gentleman was.
3,75,000 liters. It's half. There was a 7.5 lakh, that means.
Yeah.
So you would...
3,75,000 liters of water we'll save.
We'd save a day. Just by doing this. I don't want the water because I'm not going to drink it. And you're going to throw it away and it's going to go back into the cycle.
Yeah.
Just imagine. These are the ways that you can make profound change. You know, really, I mean, you just have to be a little bit aware of what are the big expenses. Fuel.
Yeah.
Right. Just, if you change, you stop using fossil fuel, huge. It's those little things which, if you do, will make you feel like a superhero. After all, it is about saving the planet. Why hasn't anybody made it sexy? The Avengers have saved the planet 5 times, at least, I think, or 6 times, or 9 times. Why hasn't somebody said, this is the real Avengers that you have to be? The crux of it, sorry, 20 seconds.
Yeah,
the crux of it is this. Climate change is not immediate. It creeps up on you in different ways.
Yeah.
It's not, my mother is dying of cancer. Oh my God, I'm going to build a hospital for cancer patients. It is, we don't know whether this is climate change or not. And this place was always polluted, so we can't say. I mean, 20 years ago, there was also fog. You can't really put your finger on it, and also, it doesn't affect you, it affects the next generation. So it is the most searing self-reflection of the massive self-centeredness and selfishness of human beings, that we couldn't give a rat's ass about the next generation. As long as मैं निकल जाऊंगा क्यू में ना, मुझे इमिग्रेशन मिल जाएगा, मैं निकल गया. बाकी क्या हो रहा है, छोड़ना यार.
क्या इंसाइट पकड़ा है? मैं निकल जाऊं काफी है. Very true, very true. But how do we change this, especially among the youth? Prajakta, I'm just going to take. We've run out of time, but quickly, one word. Yeah.
Sorry. Yes.
Now, how do we change this with the youth? Because research suggests that youth can be the biggest influencers, but they are perhaps also one of the biggest polluters.
Yeah.
So how do we change that? Now, is it because generational, घर पे नहीं सिखाया, बच्चे, you're teaching kids in school? He's written textbooks for CBSE, Ricky Cage, on environment. So he's done that too. But what's the point of teaching children if it's not being practiced at home?
Yeah.
How do we get the youth to say, okay, let's change?
Yeah, I think first of all, let's just uncomplicate conversation around things. Let's just make it very, very, very simple. I was at one of these bigger events that I was really looking forward to. One of the bigger players of the world was he was speaking, and he was taking us through everything his organization has done. I had really looked forward to listening to him speak in person. I'd only seen videos, I was so excited. But it was by far the most boring presentation I was sitting at, because it was statistics and numbers and charts and pie diagrams, and I was like, I don't know this language. I don't get numbers. I lost track after Rahul said 100 into 50,000. I have no clue. I zoned out there. And then he said one single story about a girl from one of the villages in India who eradicated child marriage. And that clicked. And that's when I've realized that we really have underestimated the power of storytelling when it comes to issues that are, so definitely, and there's a lot of people today in the audience here where all of you all sit in these positions of power. You all sit in a position where communication begins. You have the influence to make sure that what leaves your channels can be monitored. So when you do that, make sure that it's simpler. Let's not put pie diagrams on Instagram. Nobody's watching it. And let's put things on Instagram. Let's put stories on Instagram. Let's put videos of people speaking up about things that have actually made a difference, things that have actually mattered to them on a more personal level. So I think that, number one.
Yeah.
Number two, like you said, I was just talking about it outside. For the longest time, I didn't know growing up why I would take all my degradable waste and put it in a pot out on our balcony. I had no clue. It was just something that my parents taught me to do when I was really, really young, and I kept doing it. It wasn't until 2 years ago when I knew that, oh, that's a compost pit.
Compost pit.
So it was like this is what I meant when I said that so then when I was 28, I didn't have to make a lifestyle change where I had to go and buy a pit to put in my balcony so I could put all my degradable waste into it. It was just something that was taught to me.
As a habit.
As a habit. It wasn't pointed out as, oh, you should do this because then climate change is a thing. It was just a lifestyle thing, which made a huge difference. So if you are a parent, I think starting these conversations at home much younger and normalizing them instead of sensationalizing them when you tell them to your kids, I think will help them grasp the concept a little easier. And if you are a student, it's never too late to start these if you are a child, it's never too late to start these conversations out with your parents. We just happen to be in a generation where we have all the knowledge that we need about everything that we need to know about climate change on our phones.
Yep.
Sometimes our parents didn't grow up with that. So if you are in a position where you could have this conversation and initiate them into understanding how everything's changing, as to why when your mom goes to buy or your dad goes to buy vegetables, or in my case fish, you have to take your own basket, or why you shouldn't take non-reusable plastic bags. I think just simpler things like that can make a huge difference. And number 3, was I on 3?
Yeah.
I'm bad at maths, I'm horrible, I'm sorry. Is just educating yourself about what's actually going on so that you're personally involved. I met this, sorry, I'm just going to take one quick minute.
Sure.
I met this amazing climate change activist called Aisha. She's from Pakistan, but she was studying in New York when I met her last, where she said that one of the biggest changes that you can do to get yourself invested in feeling what the earth is feeling is by planting a seed. Just pot a plant and see it grow, and if it does, see how attached you are to it. And if it doesn't, see how you feel. I feel like unless and until it's a very personal investment that we make into understanding that every single thing that you say, breathe, listen to will have an impact on you and your climate, makes a huge, huge difference. So also educate yourself about things. Like I said, a lot of times we don't know about the SDGs, we don't know about the carbon emissions, we don't know why 2030 is our goal, we don't know who's doing what work. And I think as long as we all take responsibility for ourselves, there's a little bit hope.
Yeah, there is hope, but beyond conversations, it has to become behavioral. You cannot tell your child ki bahar kachra mat pheko and then throw the cigarette butt out of the balcony. Yeah. Because the child is going to see what you're doing, not actually listen to what you're saying. Yeah. They're going to see what you're doing. You talked about communication. One of the most powerful communications that I've seen is a person doing the morning walk. Okay, and said, I walk 15 kilometers. Just to stay fit. And Pat said there is a split window that comes, and there's a lady with a pot on her head, and she said, I walk 15 kilometers just to stay alive. So it's like every single drop that you save, somebody else has to walk a lesser mile or a lesser kilometer. So that was what powerful communication can do to make people realize. And I think that's what you talked about, simplicity, keeping it simple. Ricky, what's next? Shanti Samsara is happening, collaboration is happening, you're taking the message. Is the tribe growing? How do we grow the tribe?
No, of course, right now, I think, as I said, it's not a problem of awareness. It's a problem, in my opinion, it's a problem of sensitization. So, for example, the narratives that we have when it comes to climate change and climate action is usually narratives that come from the West, which do not apply to us. So through my role as being a United Nations Goodwill Ambassador, I've traveled the length and breadth of India and, of course, pretty much every country in the Global South. And I've realized that, especially when it comes to the Global South, all problems can be divided into two large buckets, a problem of survival and a problem of thriving. Now, unfortunately, fortunately, climate change, climate action, environment is always looked upon as a problem of survival, as a problem of thriving, not as a problem of survival. Because survival are looked upon as more immediate problems like poverty, hunger, sanitation, water, gender inequality, gender violence. All of that stuff is looked upon as problems of survival. So one has to have a very realistic approach towards problem solving in India. It cannot be an all or nothing approach. It cannot be stop this, stop that, whatever, because there are a whole lot of people who want a good standard of living, and we cannot deny them that. So we have to be sensitized to their problems, sensitized to their dreams and aspirations, and we have to get everybody to, to grow together. So, and if you go to a place which is steeped in poverty, and you tell them that consume less of everything, because that's what the West says, right? And they're going to be like, I don't have much to consume myself. Or let's make a better future for our children, our children's children. They'll be like, what about my generation, So I guess that sensitization needs to be there. And second thing is that, as Rahul mentioned about the water footprint, that is a huge problem, that we do not sensitize ourselves to a water footprint. What he spoke about is a visible water footprint. Then you have the invisible water footprint, like this cotton pants I'm wearing. If you think about it, this cotton pant, it's a sustainable material. It's fully made out of 100% cotton. But cotton has to be grown somewhere, right? And it's about 12 or 13 plants of cotton that actually grow this, that need to be grown to actually make this cotton pant. Imagine watering those plants for a couple of weeks, so that you can harvest the cotton. Then you harvest the cotton, it's taken to a completely different country for processing. Then after that, a completely different country for the manufacture of the fabric. A completely different country for, manufacturing the cloth itself, and then dyeing in a different country. And it's transported across thousands and thousands of miles, and with a huge water footprint. So the water footprint of this cotton pant that I'm wearing is basically 8,000 liters of water. Just this one pant. Yeah. So 8,000 liters of water has gone into making this one pant. A cotton t-shirt would probably be about 6,000 liters. So it's about sensitizing ourselves to everything around us, rather than believing that this cotton pant was just born in a store. Or, food is just born in a supermarket or on Swiggy or Zomato or something like that. So we need to sensitize ourselves, and that's what I am trying my best to do through my advocacy and through my music.
Phenomenal, great, engaging conversation. Did you enjoy the conversation, ladies and gentlemen? My sincere apologies if we have extended time and overshot time, but this was a conversation I thought we must have. And when everybody was thinking when we started the panel discussion, what are these people going to talk about? Ab samajh mein aaya? Can you big round of applause to all three of them, please? Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you,
Fantastic.
everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you all so much for such a wonderful session. And we here as News18 Network and Tata Power are committed to working together to make sustainable energy solutions more attainable in India and provide better quality life without the need to carbonize. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been an incredible audience. Give yourselves a huge round of applause for being here at the first ever SIA Fest and showing your commitment to sustainability. At the Sustainable is Attainable Fest, the power, They Power Green Signal is what we are returning back home with. And I would now request you all to please join us for cocktails and dinner. And feel free to enjoy yourselves, have fun, meet each other. And thank you so much for being such a wonderful and gracious audience. We'll catch you next time. But for now, bye-bye. Thank you.